the starting point is something I shared briefly to say that the pivot or the change, right, from medicine to my career in business and the success one has had there, has been so sort of like profoundly divine, just in terms of the touch points. I mean, just like Inye, my parents also were clergy, even though my father didn't reach the pinnacle of his own denomination the way Inye's dad has. But he certainly was, one of the old missionary trained Methodist ministers, from the 20th century, right? I mean, he's no longer living with us, but he was one of them. So I grew up in a household of faith. And that sense that, God intervened for me at critical junctures is something I could spend all of this time talking about. But just to make the point that, like, starting with that one of the things God did that really is a point of, like where the faith just meets with my marketplace journey is just the people God put in my way, right? I mean, if you look at who prayed the prayer of faith that got this journey started, I have a relationship with Pastor Deboye, as do most people who've been in Redeem for many years. But mine started in 1988 because my sister took me to him. He had spoken at a full gospel businessman breakfast where she invited me. Then I was, sort of a clergyman, but clearly not wanting to be viewed as religious in any serious way. So, but my sister was Pentecostal, born again. She took me to this breakfast. And Pastor Deboye spoke in a way that really resonated with me. And I asked her, who was the man? I said, who is this person speaking? And she said, do you want to meet him? Because he was praying for my own faith. And back in those days, you could actually get an appointment to go and see him in a Butemeta. He prayed a simple prayer of faith, which God answered, because I said I was restless, I was trying to change careers. But I didn't really forget that. I remember going back to him to thank him, and he said I was one of the people that actually came back, much like the story you see in, I think it's Luke chapter 17, where that leper came back to Jesus to say, thank you, right, or to worship him because he was healed. And he prayed a prayer of faith for me that I think is still traveling with me, honestly, just in terms of like, let God go with you on your journey, this journey that you started with him. And I always remember that story because, if you then look at the doors that opened along the way and are still open, that's a very important part. But if you then take it further to my mentor, I talked about Dick Kramer, who became a lifelong mentor, right, and worked with him through Anderson Business School, African Capital Alliance. We founded the firm together, handed over to me as chair. When I was called to be a minister, he insisted on waiting because he was ready to leave. He was already in his 80s. He said he wouldn't leave Nigeria until I came back to the firm because he wanted to steward the firm. He didn't want the firm to go down because I wasn't there. And until he handed back to me as chairman, he didn't leave. He left in 2019 when I left the government to come back to, and that's how come the firm is still there and thriving, and what I would say about that is that this whole question, I was telling Kunle earlier today when we spoke briefly that if you're asking God for wisdom, remember to ask him for wisdom about who to go on this journey with, who to go, whether it's in marriage, whether it's business partner, just that whole question. Because if you ask him specific questions, you get specific answers. And that's one of the most important questions. If you get that right, you're well on your way. The other one I would say that has helped me a lot, and this is something we talk about a lot in the Pentecostal faith, but you need training to do it, is just learning to be, invite the Holy Spirit to guide you. I mean, Inyi talks about this a lot as well. I hope he will bring it up when he talks about, when he talks about, I felt led or, I was moved. I mean, look at the story he told about how he came back from Waterloo or from Canada, that he felt a compulsion that it was time to return home. God said, it's now time to go to Nigeria. I mean, that's very powerful at times. I'm one of those people that when people say those things, I ask myself, what if this was true? What if God actually could guide men? Look at the Bible. They will say David asked him, should I go after this troop? And he says, yes. Will I overtake them? He says, yes. I mean, how was he asking him? Well, did he hear with his ears? Was it a hard thing? Was it not? I'm fascinated about this whole theme of hearing God and particularly bringing it to the marketplace. The Bible says in Galatians 5, I think it's 25, where it says, since we walk in the Spirit, or since we live in the Spirit, let us also walk in the Spirit. Or if we are living by the Spirit, let us follow the Spirit leading in every part of our lives. I am very interested in that thing becoming real for me personally. And the more hungry you are, as you know, the more you grow in something. I met somebody at one, you might remember, I think it was there. It was an FDI, they call it Faith Driven Initiative Conference in Kenya. And one of the people that spoke, a young person, said that like all in the investment that God tells him what to invest in. And I said, what a challenge to me. What if God spoke to me with clarity on every choice I made? Wouldn't that lead to like incredible home runs? So I want us to take our faith to that level of practicality, that level of, fellowship or relationship, right? I mean, that would be a challenge to you and to me. Notice that still a journey of faith for me. Then the other thing I'll talk about very briefly before I hand over to Inge is values. If we are Christians, where are the Christian values in the marketplace? You know what I mean? Just one, being able to say, God spoke to me in 2010 and said he was looking for people, who will be apostles, champions of righteousness. That was actually what he said to me in the marketplace, who will bring godly values, biblical values, integrity, humility, love for your neighbor, win-win attitude. This point that he makes about being there as, trying to build, trying to create, trying to, help society, contribution. Those are powerful values. And I believe that like if we can do that, God will surprise us with the results we'll get. And then the final thing I would say is growth is a very big thing, both spiritual growth and personal growth and professional growth, right? You just have to stay hungry because there's so much territory to conquer. And one of the things I said to myself when I turned 60 was because my mentor used to talk about breakthrough versus model through in relation to Nigeria, that the country was still modeling through, and maybe we are still modeling through, but at a time will come when we get to our breakthrough. I've now brought it to the individual level. I tell myself, there's nothing stopping you from bringing your breakthrough.
Some of you already have seen this. So this was the video. These are some clips from the pre-Biazo event we had on March 29th with two of our distinguished guests. One was Pastor Dr. Oke Nelema, and he's the one on screen you just saw, talking about his journey of faith. He's the managing partner of African Capital Alliance, a firm with almost $1 billion under management, and he was one of the first investors in MTN Nigeria. So he was talking about his journey. We have another one coming up with Inye Aboyede, who also joined us on that day, and he's the co-founder of Andela and co-founder of Flutterwave, both of which are unicorns. Both of them are worth over $1 billion. So they're talking about their stories. We're going to watch that for a while, then we'll get into the pitch competition. This is supposed to inspire our entrepreneurs and get them to see people who have already walked down the path that they want to walk. So we'll continue the videos for another probably 5 minutes, and then we'll start the pitch competition. Thank you. Can you tell us a little bit about how faith has influenced your journey?
I think faith has been very deeply embedded into my journey. There's a passage I like to quote whenever I talk about how faith has influenced my journey. And the passage is when Nicodemus came to see Jesus, and he said to him, we know that you're a man that was sent by God, because no man can do these things except God be with him. And that is something that has imprinted, especially looking at the journey over the last decade, because the speed has been pretty incredible, right? And I remember that was one of the earliest prayers that was prayed or was prophesied, when at the start of my career, right? That was one of the earliest prophecies, and it's just amazing to see the fulfillment. So I'm very, very aware of that. So my entire career has been a product of faith. But how has that actually played out in terms of my life? I think the first thing is in terms of actually giving me a sense of direction and purpose. So I've had a very interesting run. So when I started at Andela, first of all, before I started at Andela, when I came back to Nigeria, it was at first, you know, I'd come back. My parents, I heard clearly that I should come back, and I felt clearly that I should come back. And my parents were not in support for obvious reasons, right? And very perfectly reasonable reasons. I mean, their mindset was, you got to Canada, you did the 5 years. Why not just stay there like your siblings, get the passports, then you can do whatever you want, right? And I'm sure that's a very familiar story for many of us on this call. And so when I came back, my parents were not very happy because they felt like the investment in sending me to Canada was now being wasted. But I held strongly to my faith that I was doing this because this was what God told me to do. Now, my dad was trying to be reasonable. So when, you know, I decided, okay, I was going to be here, he said, okay, you know what, this is Nigeria. You can't just come back here and start a business. It can't work. So he first of all allowed me for the first 4 months to kind of run around. And I ran around, I did. But it wasn't working. It just was not working. So I eventually, you know, NUC, I would go there every day, I remember, for a whole month and try to see a director to try and understand what I needed to do to get a license so my business would be legitimate. And he would just refuse to see me. So as I was burning cash, my parents were not too happy. Eventually, my father made an executive decision. He said, look, my son, it's one thing to not have a son in Canada. It's another thing to have a son running about Nigeria idle. So you have 3 options. You can go to law school, you can go to business school, or go and work for Tony Atta, who at the time was the MD of NLNG. But this entrepreneurship thing you're doing, I don't understand it and I don't agree. And he gave me an ultimatum. So I knew that none of those 3 options was what I was hearing. So I went home. I went to Nigeria and to fast and pray. So I went to Warri. I was already in Nigeria. I went to Warri where my parents were based to fast and pray. So I went there, and as I went there, he told me, okay, I started praying and fasting, seeking God's direction, and I was clearly told that none of these 3 were options. And the prophecy that came was really, you know, it came, you know, they that wait upon, even the young men will grow weary and faint, but they that wait upon the Lord shall renew their strength. And that was the word I got. And so I after the holiday, I spoke to my dad, told my dad that, look, this is where I am, and I need to go back to Lagos. So I went back to Lagos with almost nothing in my pockets, because he said, look, I can't, if God indeed is talking to you, let him prove. Let him prove his word. So I had to go and rent my own place with my last money, pay my own transport. Long story short, I landed in Lagos and I started trying to do Andela. Shortly after, I started trying to do Fora. Shortly after was when I got the investment, and the investor said, as part of this investment, come to New York. Shortly after that was when I had this miraculous meeting with Jeremy that almost didn't happen. And then everything took off from there. So you could clearly see God's hand in that respect. So you could tell that faith has given me direction.
How did you stay focused, given all that instability, lack of power, lack of water, lack of infrastructure, rule of law, and we can go on and on and on. How did you stay focused, sir?
Great question, Kunle and Tim. I think the most important, if I have to say one thing, just one thing, I'll go back to lean on what Imi said. and God said, because this is a Christian audience, and God said, it's a big thing to say I heard from God. And it's a big thing to hear from God. As you know, the two are related and close, but not the same. But it's a big thing to hear from God. I think it's Bishop Oyedepo that says that the stronghold of faith is hearing directly from God. It's been said that faith comes from hearing and hearing the word of God, and that's true. But it's even more true, that faith is built by hearing directly from God. So certainly when I went back initially, God spoke. I could tell you. So let me tell you the story because my interest is audience. Let me tell you how it happened. I was in South Africa. I was working in this firm, and just like maybe some stories you've heard from India and others, I thought I'd be there for 10 years because I had graduated, done well, taking a major bet on a fund that didn't exist, that if he was raised, I'll become a partner. And it was raised. So I went to South Africa as a partner, good pay, good carry is the profit share, and so on. So I felt there should be no hurry. And if you know South Africa, they are paid in foreign currency and living there, the value for money there is serious. You can live a very good life there if you're well paid. So I didn't think, but my partners wouldn't let me rest. And one of the things they demanded was to see results early, given how well I was positioned in the firm. So Pastor Deboye again came to South Africa to open the Redeemed Church there. This must have been 1995. He had told me that people were coming. It's a long time. Anyway, I told people were coming, and I should have them when they come. That's the missionaries that came to open it. I met them miraculously, mysteriously, so I knew I couldn't ignore them. Having not ignored them, they now asked me to go and pick the man of God when he was coming from the airport, right, to come and commission the place. So I went, picked him, and I was bidding. There was an auction going on for a deal I wanted to do in South Africa. I remember I was in the food business. And I asked him for only one thing. I said, Daddy, come and pray over this auction that I will win. He said, I've come here for a program, but if you insist, I won't turn it down. So he gave me a particular, very narrow period of time when he would come. Picked him. On the way to my office was upstairs on a one-story building. My office was upstairs. On the staircase, he got halfway. And that's probably the first only time I've had, at least bilaterally, Pastor Debo he said, as a prophet and apostle of God, God said I should tell you that very soon I'll give you your own place. Remember, I brought him to pray over a deal I was working on, which, this partnership was owned majority by the South Africans. I was just a small bit player there. And we still prayed. By the way, I didn't get the bid. So it was clear when you look back that really God called him just to give this prophetic word. That the thing was just, a case of this deal was just what I used to get him to come and give the word. And after that, things started to happen. So I knew I was called back because I started with my partner, and then, like they said, the rest is history. That's number one. But the other thing I would say is this point about understanding your purpose. If you look at what the Cream and these were older men, right? This was Chief Ernest Shonekon when he had left government, Pascal Dozie that built Diamond Bank, a guy, gentleman called Mohammed Hatidim from the north that had built a bank called FSB, who was very connected in the north, and then Dick, right? Their vision was to mobilize capital and management to build the Nigeria and Africa of the future. Very, very grand vision, but to do it professionally, right? So that's what God called me back to be part of. And I would say life is living phases. So that was Nigeria, and we did very well out of Nigeria. Now we're trying to say, what will it take to do that for Africa? Right? So we're increasingly, that's why when I look at what you read, one of the things I liked you said was we're a Pan-African firm, even though our roots are in Nigeria. We really want to be an African champion coming out of Nigeria, right? That is mobilizing the capital Africa needs. And Inye will tell you it's a tall order. Africa is not very attractive for investors, right? And yet, if you look at why God has given us a track record, the training, the credibility, we have a good reputation in our industry, even if I say so. I believe all that is to help attract capital and know-how to build the Africa of the 21st century. So Nigeria is a very important piece of that, but it's also about Africa. And that's really what I've been working on. And it's a journey of faith. It's a journey of faith, but God is in it all the way.
Amen. Amen. Pastor Okesa, please feel free to share.
Good morning, church. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Okay, thank you. My name is Dr. Ezne Eza Joku, and I'll be helping to move us along for the program that we have today. We have a very packed agenda, meaning that you're going to be fed, not food, but like with knowledge, and you're going to be really stuffed. But before we get started, we have a session where we have a couple of entrepreneurs who are going to be pitching their business for a chance to win $1,000. You will be voting, so I know you're eating, but please listen. Someone has a chance to win money, so please vote for your family member, but vote for a good idea as well. To do this, we're going to move quickly. Each person has a minute. I'm going to read a couple of numbers. Each of them has been given a number. We'll time you. I believe that we'll have a timer available for you to see. At the end of the 1 minute, you will exit the stage on my left and on your right, and the next person will come up on stage. So even if you're mid-sentence, I will be shushing you off the stage. So please try to be very precise.
Create personalized, chic, and unforgettable gift experiences such that you can tell your story and also impact lives, right? So we do everything from handling, from custom event favors to packaging, sourcing, as well as design and also as delivery. We do it with excellence and also with style. So what sets us apart is that we just don't give gifts, we create experiences. In a world where personal connection is more important than ever, we make sure that we do thoughtfulness into your gift. Every item we create is made with, specialty and care, and we put passion into everything that we create. And lastly, we need you to invest because we need scalable packaging solutions, as well as we need your help to, invest in marketing tools that can help us to enrich more lives and meet more people, and also impact lives in the sense that the purpose of powerful gifting. So we need your help. This is Souvenir Spot where...
Thank you very much. 31808-005. You're next. 31808-005. Is that you? Okay. Let's also applaud.
Wait, don't stop my time.
You start his timer once he introduces himself, please. Thank you.
Okay, I'm Chisom Okafo, and I have a question for you. What makes your college experience special? Is it your classes, your professors? I would argue that it's the strength of your community, because that's where a lot of you met your spouses, your business partners, and people that you form lifelong relationships with. And that's where I come in. Because the problem is, since the pandemic, students' communities have taken a huge hit, where 50% of students feel like they're not connected with their communities. And my goal is to help change that. With Zation, I'm equipping student leaders with the skills, the tools, and the resources they need to build thriving communities on their college campuses. And I'm doing this by gamifying college campus engagements, where you can kind of think about a credit card, where by attending events, you gain rewards, and then you can cash in those rewards for other rewards, where you can buy things and things like that. And that's the kind of ecosystem that I'm building. So come through. We already have over 600 students from across the country using this platform. So I want you guys to invest, and let's build thriving communities.
Perfect. Thank you very much. 31808-007. You're up next. Encourage her. Thank you.
All right, good morning, everyone. My name is Vivian BCK, and I'm the founder of V is for Victory Productions. It is a bold, mission-driven marketing agency that will go to war for small businesses and nonprofits. So I started this journey after being in the nonprofit space and realizing how many incredible organizations and small businesses struggle to build an online presence, and simply because they lack the time, funding, and expertise. And so that's where we come in. We help to provide affordable and high-quality marketing services like social media or website building, and we help the little guys stand out in the big marketing space. So we want to build a powerful marketing agency for these powerful missions. So whether you are launching a nonprofit or growing a small business, we're here to fight for your visibility, your voice, and your victory. Thank you.
Oh, under 1 minute. Wonderful. All right, the next number, 31808-003. Yes? Okay, wonderful. Applause, applause.
Good morning, my name is Paul. The name of my company is Ignite. Imagine going through something, struggling through something personally, and no one from the church called or reached out to you. Not because the church doesn't care, but because the church cannot afford to reach out to every member every time and right on time. Now, most of us must have felt this. You probably say, oh, last week, I wasn't in church last week and no one reached out to me. That's because the church doesn't have Joe. Joe can call every member of the church every time, on time, and then extract your prayer request and send to the pastorate for them to pray alongside with you. Joe can also call you when need be, and then transfer you to Sister Mary if you need to attend to any admin tasks. Now imagine Joe in your business. Joe can call every lead, book appointment, and do everything that you should be doing at scale. Imagine this was an interview and Joe was about to be employed by Jesus House. Joe will simply say, care isn't just about being human.
Thank you very much.
It's about being there on time.
Much.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next 31808-006. Did you leave already? No? Oh.
Good morning. I'm Demita Chavis. I'm here just sounding beacon. We all don't need to forget what happened in 2021 in Dallas when 4 million people were without power and 111 deaths because of the power grid failure. Data centers and AI are going to be putting more of a demand on the grid than ever. And this is where I come in as a solution, to be an aggregate of energy resilient infrastructure. This will help keep home energy bills down and resiliency from power outages. I do this via a podcast. It's audio and on YouTube. So with the winning funds here, I will be streamlining my publications on the podcast, as well as will continue to have conversations with solutionists for resilient infrastructure. So again,
Thank
Demita
you very
Chavis.
much. Okay. 318008004.
Hello everyone, I'm Tolumide and I'm an award-winning singer-songwriter, CEO for record label 1FT Music and creator of Suya Soul Music, a feel-good music brand blending soulful African sounds with joy and inspiration. The problem, many seek uplifting family-friendly music that celebrates African heritage, encourages faith and unites people that is scarce in mainstream media. The need. There is a growing demand for positive music and performances that foster community, especially within the Afro diaspora community and faith-based audiences. What I offer through Suya Soul, I provide original music, lively live shows, meaningful merchandise, and uplifting spirits, celebrating our identity. I've had the honor of performing at esteemed venues. I'm currently a governor with the Recording Academy for the DC chapter, and I've hosted Fest Africa and African Festival for 15 years.
Time up.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. The last presentation, 31808-008.
Hello, good morning, everyone. My name is Biazo and I'm here to tell you about my brand titled Elegance by Bibi. So Elegance by Bibi is a brand that is tailored to create tailor-made clothes. Growing up, especially in the African household, especially being 6 foot at such a young age, it was hard to find pants. I'm only 5'7", I'm kidding. So that is why 10 years ago, my mother bought me a sewing machine. And when she bought me this sewing machine, she allowed me to begin to express myself by making clothes for myself, because trying to find modest clothes at my age, at my height, was very difficult. And it brought a passion in me to want to help other people do that as well, especially us Christians shopping in this BBL era. I know my sisters, it's really hard. So if you invest in me, I'll be able to invest in myself to better help you create tailor-made clothing.
Thank you very much. All right, let's give all the entrepreneurs a big round of applause. If you presented, please come to the front in the order that you presented so that we can vote appropriately. So we have the first person here up to the, I think we had 6 people. Can you, what are you counting? We had 8 people? Oh, my math is not mathing. But if you presented, just please, in the order that you presented, yes, you can come on stage. You can come on stage. You can come up. They can come up on stage, yeah. Give them a round of applause. In the order that you presented. I'll allow you to remember. Okay, media team, can we have the voting instructions? Please vote by presentation, not by face or your friend. Okay, I'm being asked to wait. One starts, she's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so we're picking, hold on, let's let the media team put up something. This is it? Oh, okay, so you're voting 1, 2, 3, 4. 1 for my sister in the white blouse and all the way to 8. Please count, 1, 2, 3, 4. Don't give your votes to the wrong number. But you know, they're all winners, so scan this QR code on your phone. And then also, if you like what you've heard, please walk up to them after, find out more about their company. Maybe the Lord has asked you to give them money or something. Just please. You can advocate for yourself. You can, yeah, you can. Yourself. There are no rules for this part. Oh, you don't have your phone. All right, I'll give it a minute and then we'll wrap this up. Okay. Can you give me a countdown for 1 minute and then we'll wrap up the vote and announce the winner for this session. No rules. Are you voting? Yes? Okay. It's not easy. 1 minute, you could see, like, it wasn't easy for them to do. We have 15 seconds left. All right, thank you very much. The voting has closed.
Praise God. I don't know. Okay, I'll just. Did you enjoy that? So we have some winners. So we'll start with the audience vote. We actually decided to have the audience vote as well. We have a panel of judges there. And it seems that on both somebody showed up on both. So I'll start with the winner according to the people sitting here for our first $1,000 prize, number 8. Bibi. Round of applause for our 6-foot-tall BB. And then the judges found it very difficult to pick just one person. So we have 2 winners. So the way we're going to do it, we're going to have a first prize and a second prize. So the first prize will be $1,000 as well, and the second prize will be $500. So according to the judges, the winner is number 2. And the second prize, according to the judges, is number 8. Round of applause for them, please. And thank you all for joining. I think this whole pitch thing from yesterday and today, it seems is very popular. So we have to figure out a way to institutionalize it, get more money into it, so that all these people, we can all support them and connect them with the marketplace. Thank you all so much. Well done.
All right, I'm going to move us along. So right now we're going to the meat of today. Settle down, please. So on behalf of Jesus House DC, the leadership, and also the Biazo Planning Committee, I would like to welcome you all to today's event. All right. Right now, I'd like to welcome Pastor Olumide, who is the resident pastor in charge of Jesus House, to give us his opening remarks. Please celebrate our pastor. Oh, come on, you can do better than that.
Amen. Good, please be seated. Good morning. Good to see all of you here. And let me use the opportunity to officially welcome every one of you to this Biazo Leadership Summit 2025, and also to appreciate our leaders who have come to give out of the gift, the talent, and the skills that God has blessed them with to bless us here. Thank you very much. On behalf of Jesus House DC, we truly and sincerely appreciate every one of you for being here. You know, for me personally, this is the height of this Biazo Conference 2025 for me personally. And why is it so? It's so because it brings to home the tripod upon which we stand as a church. Jesus House DC, as a church, we value leadership. We value empowerment and love as well. And this indeed is the main reason why Jesus Christ came to earth to model for us. Jesus Christ, without any shadow of doubt, is the greatest leader of all times. And why do I say that? I say that because when he came to start what you and I can factor as an industry, he didn't go for the Harvard graduates of his season. He didn't go for those who have been to Ivy League business school, because in the natural order of things, if we were going to start something of that nature in this modern age, you will go for such people. But he went for people that you and I will tag as rejects, people who had no nobility. He went for fishermen. At least if you're going to start an industry that you feel will stand the test of time, you should choose the best. He chose tax collectors, people that people felt were at the height and the pinnacle of what you can tag a chronic sinner as. And when he got to them, he modeled what servant leadership was to them. He showed them, he demonstrated it to them. Not only did he do that, he empowered them for the future and what he knew he was going to leave behind for them. He empowered them with the skills that they needed. He empowered them with the tools that they needed. He empowered them with the resources that they needed, and he empowered them spiritually as well. And not only did he do that, he knows and he understood the value of love. And one of the factors and way by which you show that you love somebody is that you elevate them. When a loving person comes in contact and in the life of somebody, you elevate them. When he came into their lives, he elevated what team concept is all about. He elevated what being one and not brother's keeper is all about. He elevated their eyes of understanding was opened to a lot of things that they were lacking. And all these three things we have put together today to be able to demonstrate here. I know some of you have ideas in mind who are still at the infancy stage. But Jesus House DC has helped in this season to bring people who are being where you are aspiring to be. And people that you can factor, the experiences they've gleaned in the industry for years, for decades. You have the opportunity of having it within the twinkle of an hour. That is a platform that this opportunity has presented to us. You have people who are not asking us if they were to bill us to say, Jesus House DC, pay me to be here. There is no way by which you can afford to pay for the wealth of wisdom that God has put together in this auditorium today. And out of what God has blessed them with, they have come to give to you. One of the instructions Jesus Christ told his disciples when he was leaving, he said, freely you have received, and freely must you give. And what he started over 2,000 years ago is still expanding today. That's how you know that this indeed is the act of God, which started by good demonstrating what servant leadership was all about, what empowering somebody is all about, and what love is all about. That's all we have come to model in this place. And my appeal to every one of you who have come is that act like a dry sponge, willing to absorb as much as you can today. And the wisdom that you glean today, let it not die with you. Many a times the fear of starting something has made a lot of people not to even make the move. There's something they call the paralysis of analysis. You overanalyze. But you never know you can do something if you never try. So the experience that you will glean today, put it into practice. So that as the disciples of Jesus Christ were empowered, and they went and started empowering other people can freely benefit from what you have gleaned today. But don't say because it is free and undermine what is being put together here today. And it's my prayer that you will not live the same way you have come. In 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 20 years from now, you will reference today as a good day and a landmark in your life, simply because of the wisdom that you gleaned today. And you applying that knowledge that you are going to acquire today to what you will do in your future. And I pray I will see you at the top. God bless you.
So you heard Pastor Olumide, be a sponge. Just because it's free doesn't mean that it doesn't have value. You know how much you would have to pay.
All right, I need a little bit more energy. Good morning, Jesus House DC. All right, I'm Fade Shola Adetosoye, and I am really excited to lead our next panel, which is on career growth and skills for the future. We have a wonderful set of panelists that are boss women and men in their respective industries, so I'm going to call them up one by one in no particular order. So can I have Chinonye Onwuli, who is a managing director of Health IT Policy at the Blue Cross Blue Shield Association. Come on, Chinonye. Finyin Folu Oladiran, pastor at McKinsey and Company. Finyin, come on. Come on, let's encourage them, We have Yemi Odusote, who is a senior director at Visa Consulting and Analytics. And then Yetunde Olumide, who is the executive vice president and chief financial officer at the Washington Metropolitan Area Transit Authority, also known as WMATA. All right. All right, so I'm going to do some quick bios. I will introduce myself. Beyond Jesus House DC, which is my home church and has played a pivotal role in my leadership journey, I happen to be an associate partner at McKinsey and Company, where I do my work on growth strategy and technology for government health and human services programs. So I spend a lot of time consulting state, government, and private health plans on those topics.
Maybe briefly I'll pass the mic to each of my co-panelists to introduce themselves in the current role and what excites them about their leadership journey so far. So I'll turn it over to you.
All right. Good morning, Jesus House. The view is different from up here. Praise the Lord. Thank you so much. My name is Biazo. I'm currently the Chief Financial Officer at the Washington Metropolitan Area Transit Authority, locally known as the Metro. At the Metro, I manage a $5 million operation. I am in charge of our management and budget, accounting, treasury activities, real estate, and procurement. I'm a mom, sister, wife, friend, auntie, niece, and a whole bunch of other things as well, volunteer, name it. So I'm so happy to be here this morning. Thank you for having me.
Love it. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Biazo. So I've been coming to this church now, off and on since, I don't know, probably since almost 2 years. Probably like 20 years now. My sister and my mother and mother here. But I'm the one that kind of moves around a lot and come back and go somewhere else. But I'm so happy to be here today. This is like a passion of mine. When it comes to career discussion, we can get me going in a discussion for hours. Otherwise, I might not say a word. So I'm a senior director at Visa within the emerging consulting arm called Visa Consulting Analytics. And I've been there now about 3.5 years. I am also a mom, sister, and what else are the things that is anywhere? No, not the wife part, but auntie and many others. So at Visa, what I do is I manage a relationship with a lot of our clients, and we help them grow their business, because when they grow, we also grow, so it's a partnership. And I'm also an executive coach, because that's really my passion, even though I work at Visa and help clients, but it's really about the other employees that I can help grow their business. That's really what gets me excited. So when I heard about this and I was invited, I was really excited to be here. No one has a monopoly of knowledge, so it's really important that we all share with each other what we have learned along the way. I believe if something took me 10 years to learn in my career, it should take the people coming behind me a lot less time to learn it. They shouldn't have to go through all that it took me to learn that. So that's why I'm here.
Well, good morning. My name is Fifulo Oladiran. I'm a partner with McKinsey & Company based in our DC office. I spend a lot of my time supporting leaders, thinking about how to drive real fundamental shifts in the performance of the organization. I typically focus on organizations that are oriented towards societal impact. Over the last 4 or 5 years, the theme has been around economic mobility. So organizations think higher education, think sometimes state and local government, all focused around economic mobility. It's great to be here.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Chinonye Onwanli, and I'm currently the Managing Director for Health Information Technology Policy at Blue Cross Blue Shield Association. Essentially, I manage the process of policy development and positioning for over 33 Blue Cross Blue Shield plans in front of the government, legislative policy, regulatory policy, and the previous role was branch chief of policy development at the Assistant Secretary for Technology Policy. On the side, I also am a professor at NYU in their Wagner School of Public Service, where I teach health information technology policy and management. One of the great things about being here is being able to tell my story. Again, you know, career paths are not linear. There's forward and backwards, and being able to sort of talk about how I was able to overcome that and hear everyone else's story is definitely what brought me here.
Love it. Thank you. So I know time is short. So the goal here, as many of them have already alluded to, is to really give the audience an opportunity to talk about their journey to leadership, right? And as Chinonye alluded, it's not always linear. So what are some of those lessons learned along the way in the spirit of none of us having a monopoly on knowledge to grow and to learn?
The second thing is to really think about, given the evolution of and market trends of the industry, and what are the opportunities for advancing our skill set to meet the modern demands, right? And then lastly, talking about this importance of adaptability, but then also the value of being a Christian woman and man, and how does that align to some of our leadership styles. So I have a set of questions that we have prepared, but we are here for you. So please, along the way, if there's any questions you all have for our esteemed panelists, please stop me, and I'm happy to turn it over. And we also have books. We have gifts for free. So would love to give some of our active participants some gifts along the way for joining us. So with that being said, I'll go to our first question. For many of us, there are pivotal arcs along the way that have shaped our career journeys. So what are some of those arcs that you would love to talk about in terms of your overall journeys to leadership? Any of you can take it. What are some of the pivotal arcs along your journey to leadership?
Hello? Okay. So for me, it's, a lot of us came here as immigrants. Some of us are fortunate enough that our families came first. We went through high school and then came to college. But some of us just kind of got thrown in the middle of the country and they said bye-bye, and you went to college, and then you figured it out. So working in the US, starting in corporate America, I didn't have someone to tell me or teach me, you're supposed to get a mentor, you're supposed to have sponsors, or it's not just about working hard, because in Nigeria they teach us work hard, work hard. You work hard, but nobody knows you're working hard. They say if a tree falls in the forest, did it make a noise if nobody heard it? If you're working really hard and nobody else knows about it, is it making any difference? So along the way, I had a manager that actually told me this word. He said, leadership by walking around. Because I was a person who felt if I came to talk to you, it had to be for something serious, I shouldn't waste your time. So when you saw me coming, oh no, Yemi has work for me to do, right? But he was like, leadership by walking around. When you walk around and you talk to people, it's not just wasting time, it's building a relationship. If people have a connection with you and you come and make a request of them, yours is going to come to the front of the line, even though there is a line, because they know you, they have a relationship with you. And I had to learn that I'm not wasting people's time by stopping by to say, hey, how was your weekend? What did you do over the weekend? It's really important. It's really important to build this kind of relationships along the way. And that's all part of leadership. Even if you don't have people reporting to you, you're still a leader because you still need people to do stuff that do not report to you. So that was a big learning for me.
That's interesting. That's great. So your pivotal moment was you had someone that stopped you along the way that noticed that you were doing something wrong and course corrected. So I think that's really important, the power of feedback. All right, great. Anyone else? Okay.
I can go. Okay, good. I'll pivot a little bit from the question, not so much a pivotal moment, but I grew up around very strong women, and my mother was a very strong woman as well, and she taught me through her lifestyle that I didn't have to choose, right? It didn't have to be either working mom or stay-at-home mom, that both came together, and it was very normal. So I grew up brainwashed that you can be mom, worker, CEO, whatever it is, board member, educationist, activist, political personality, and all wrapped up in one. So the concept that you had to choose one or the other, very foreign to me. And then I moved here for school, and then I started hearing these terms, well, no, I have to be a stay-at-home mom because I have to take care of the kids. And it's like, it was very shocking to me that was even something that people had to think about and contemplate. And so for me, it's been my lifestyle, and very normal for me to persevere and achieve in the workplace and do that as well as at home. To the extent that, if my husband and my kids don't give me a thumbs up, I have not succeeded, right? So I need to get that at work, and then I also need to get that at home. So for those who are maybe thinking about it, and thinking that they have to make a choice one way or the other. It's not necessarily so. You are able to achieve and be successful in both environments at the same time. Thank you.
Great. I love it. I love it. And thank you for sharing that, because I think, especially for many of us that are women in the room, this idea of the choice to be at the C-suite comes with sacrifice. So I love this underscoring of the and the choice, and the power of role modeling of your mom and those around you that showed you that it is a possible lifestyle. All right. Any others before we pivot to the next question? No?
Well, I did have a pivotal moment. I am somebody who actually will go out and seek counsel. I'm the person who will ask for an informational interview. Hey, can I stop you? Can you tell me about your journey? And when I first started my career, or my journey into public health, my first career and journey into public health, I actually got an informational interview with a man called John Abernobi. I don't know if anyone knows him. I know our networks are tight. He was then the Florida Secretary of Health. And he took time out of his busy day, gave me about an hour, and gave me his background, his story. But then I brought, how can he help me chart my path? I wanted to be an epidemiologist at the time. And he told me, and it sticks with me, this is actually how I navigate my career, is to not think about your job and not to think about your degree as a path. You're supposed to think of it as a tool. And the way that he described it, I thought about a video game at the time, Zelda in particular, where you're navigating foreign lands, if you will, and you sort of deal with every opportunity with your tool. It allowed me to be able to uncover opportunities where I did not see them, rise to the moment when that opportunity came. It allowed me to be pivot, you used the word pivot, when the time came. It allowed me to see things in a way that others didn't see it, to be able to be strategic. Mm-hmm. And that's something that stays with me today. And that essentially, if anyone meets him, changed my life.
I love it, thank you. Being awake. I said you woke up, like I was waiting.
I will go for it. By the way, I've uncrossed my leg because I'm not feeling at home, and we're going to have a family meeting, so let's go for it.
Thank you.
Look, through my life, I can't think of one pivotal moment. I can think of several moments that have fundamentally shaped how I think about the world, how I think about myself, and how I think about my role in achieving whatever, what I believe is a calling in the world, right? The first one was, I was as young as 5 years old, right? I remember taking a walk with my father, and my father actually saying he was leaving the country, you know, the first wave of jackbarring, right? He was doing his own, right? And I remember him saying, Fee, I'm going away. You're responsible for taking care of your mother and your sisters. I still remember that vividly. And that has shaped how I see myself in my family. And I still see that as my responsibility. Now I have a wife and I have a couple of kids, and I still remember that instruction. It really shaped how I showed up, right? Another pivotal moment for me was, you know, I was a couple of years in my career as a consultant. I used to serve financial services companies, and I was pretty good at it. But I remember taking a moment to say, hey, Fee, 10 years time, 15 years time, what would your legacy be? How do you juxtapose that with what you said your purpose and your calling will be? And there was a complete mismatch. It took a couple of months, and it took a lot of courage for me to say, Fee, you will stop serving financial services companies. You will go and serve, then I was in Johannesburg, you will go and serve social sector companies. Everybody told me, Fee, you have 6 months and you will lose your job, and I would have looked for people like Ndidi to hire me, right? But, you know, the reality is, again, this is where the whole notion of faith comes in, because it wasn't just a whimsical decision made with Excel. It was actually a prayerful decision. I promise you, 6 months later, not only did I have more than enough work, I was promoted to associate partner. I was packing my bag, going to set up a new practice in Nigeria. It was phenomenal, and that has shaped kind of how I've shown up over the last, decade plus, right? So again, many pivotal moments, but one.
affect and influence policy. Whether I use that as a data analyst, which is really where I started out from, and using the power of data to tell a story and the power of data to help influence a decision. And I use that from every trajectory, every moment, whether I was no longer looking at the incidence of diseases, I was now looking at public policy spending in public health and political behaviors. I'm now looking at Medicaid expenditure analysis, and then I'm able to talk about, again, and articulate the power of data to the legislature, to in different levels, from the state government to the federal government. And in those moments where, I'm telling you, I hated it, those were setbacks. When I'm thinking, I don't know where I'm going, there were setbacks. There were doors that closed, slammed in my face. And there were two pieces of the Bible that I held on to. God's mercies are new every morning. There are plenty of times where you're thinking, oh, let me reframe. They'll say that. Reframe your failure as an opportunity for feedback and learning. There are times when you can't see up or down. And that always reminded me, tomorrow is an opportunity for a fresh start. Tomorrow is an opportunity to learn. And that you will get another opportunity. It won't be like that opportunity, but you'll get another time to start. And then my last one was, everything works together for good for those who love the Lord and are called according to his purpose. And in those tough times where I don't know what to do with the pieces, I trusted that God will weave something purposeful, if you will. And I think one of the best parts, especially for someone like me who will torment myself with why? Why did that door slam? Why did I do a bad job? God has been merciful, and I use it as mercy to show me why sometimes. This is why you did not get that job. This is why that door slammed in your face, and it has always turned out better.
Yeah, I love that. So I want to maybe just put a pin on this, because this was actually one of the very favorite questions. I love, Sister Jason, that you said something about the power of grit and hustle during tough seasons, right? Because I think it's people ignore that, and I'm like you, I'm like a beast. Fiend sees me, I'm hungry, I hustle. And I remember the pivotal moment for me, the tough season is, my mom of blessed memory, I remember she got sick, and I was gonna go to med school. I was on my way to med school. Not on my way, I was on my way to take an MCAT. And I was mad because she showed up in the ER with the end stage diagnosis. I was mad, what do you mean? How did she get through 5 stages of chronic kidney failure? And I knew at that moment that med school was no longer an option, because I would very quickly have to become the independent and she become the dependent. But let me tell you, I went to GW School of Public Policy website. They said, oh, public health. I didn't know what the public health was. I was like, okay. Talked to the dean, and she was like, you can go do this. It was a Monday. She told me I needed to take the GRE. The next GRE was a Friday. Ran down to 9th and L, where the GRE exam was, took it, ended up at GW. But I bring this up to say that sometimes you go through things in life, and it's meant for you to fail forward. I thought I was gonna be this anesthesiologist, this forensic medical examiner, but my mom getting sick, that hustle, that grit, that hunger is what keeps me going. And I think the Bible scripture that I hold on to is that he makes everything beautiful in his time. And indeed, he does. So I just wanna leave that with y'all. And then maybe, we're starting to get to this question around faith influence, the influence of faith in your leadership style. And I think we're in an interesting time in this country in particular, where you're sometimes penalized for having a certain type of religious or faith style. So I want to maybe pivot sharply. I'm gonna turn to you, sis. You have me on. How faith has influenced your leadership style, because you were really punchy during the prep meeting. So I would love for you to share some of that here.
So I don't even know where to start on that one, but I'll just start by saying, wherever you are, wherever you're working, know that God placed you there.
Amen.
I didn't always think of it that way, but even when I was not thinking about it that way, God was protecting me. If you want to have coffee sometime, I can tell you how many times I have come this close to being laid off. There was a time I ran into one of my pastors in Chicago when I lived in Chicago, and he was like, I was the only person he still knew that worked at that company. Because that company had automated their layoffs. Every week on Thursdays, somebody was getting laid off somewhere.
Wow.
But it never happened to me. My prayer to God then was like, when I leave this company, I want to leave on my own. And when I leave any company, I want to leave on my own account. Like, I have made a decision to leave and I'm leaving. And there was actually another company that we talked, are you guys ready to hire me now? I'm like, yep, but start on this date. So I just kind of took a break and they kept paying me.
I know that's right.
But there have been so many times like that, and I think just recognizing that God placed you there, even where I work now, the first 2.5 years were so hectic, and I'm like, God, I don't even know how I got this job, but I have this job, and you're gonna have to help me. And every morning, from then till now, I get to work, I get on my knees and I pray. And the funny thing was, initially I had an office, then they decided people my level were not gonna get offices anymore. So I'm now in the public place with everybody else, and the first day I was like, do I still get on my knees and pray? But I was like, all right, I had an office, I did it. Why should I stop now? So I might not like make it so obvious and look like some weird person, but I still do it. I might look like I'm putting my purse in my locker, but I'll still do it because I'm like, if God was faithful then when I had the office, he's still faithful now. So I think for me, it's just remembering that. And when I say I didn't always get it right, and everything people have said about falling forward and resilience, everything is all connected because every time that I have left a job and I just have a feeling like it's time to leave, I just get this restlessness and I leave and it always ends up better. Even if I'm leaving because something is going on that's not right where I'm at, you know, like how they're treating me or whatever, I always end up in a better place. And then I realized those people were just instruments in God's hand to get me out of that place. It wasn't about them. It was more about what God was doing for me. And even the one time I left for what would have been very, very lateral move or even maybe a step back, it was about understanding the seasons of life you're in. And I was at the season I had a baby and I just needed to get out of consulting because I couldn't be traveling and I took the first thing. But in time, God promoted me, right, to another place. I ran into someone, talked about a company, talked about a job, and I ended up back in financial services. But remembering that wherever you are, God placed you there and always relying on him. And by saying I didn't always get it right, I had a lot of complaints at one time. And then I realized in hindsight, you know, when God lets you see in hindsight, and we don't always see, that it was actually setting me up for something better. But while I was in that situation, instead of saying, God, what do you have for me to learn here, I complained a lot. So I'm trying to learn. It's a work in progress. But,
no, I love it. I love it. The power of discernment, right, and perspective. So that was great.
Maybe just building off.
Sorry, one last thing about the discernment piece, and it's just about the glory of God as well. My sister always jokes that somehow I know when to leave because there are many times I've left, and then maybe a month later, 6 months later, a year later, that department disappears. It's canceled. It's closed. It's shut down. But I'm gone. So God is good.
God faithful, yeah.
Just a couple of themes, right? Just building off of that. I think the first thing, and again, this is work in progress, but you know, we are not, our Christian walk is all encompassing, irrespective of where we are, who's watching, right? So the way I show up in my home, the way I show up at work, it's got to be consistent, right? And I think that for me is number one. So ultimately, how does my Christian walk, how does my faith shape my leadership journey? Well, that's who I am. I am not Finney that happens to be a Christian man. I am a Christian man, like I am a child of God, and therefore God is concerned with the challenges that I deal with in the office, is concerned with the challenges I deal in the corners of my room when no one is watching. And I think getting to that understanding for me has been a journey, and it has been critical, right? When I finished medical school, I had an opportunity. I was in South Africa. They basically told me, Finn, you needed to go and work in a rural area for 5 years before you would start to your residency. I was like, I'm not really excited for that. And I was trying to figure out what my game plan will be. An option for me would have been to practice illegally, quite frankly. Not illegally is a strong word, but it was not according to the regulation. It made sense. It was, I needed money to live. You know, God surely understood, right? And I packed my bag. I was in Cape Town. I had worked for 2 years in Cape Town. I packed my bag, drove up to Johannesburg, showed up in this emergency room that I was going to work in, right? It was on a Sunday. God understood I needed to live. And it wasn't really, really illegal. It was the gray, you know, that gray spot that depending on the day, you can say it's white or black, right? And I showed up there, and I remember vividly hearing in my spirit the question, will you then ask me to bless the work of your hand? Right? And I just couldn't resolve that conflict. And I knew I needed to take a step of faith. And I told them I'm not supposed to be here. And I stepped out and went into the world of unemployment. Now, that was an important step. That was the Lord teaching me how to trust Him, how to look at a problem and say, Lord, I will trust you. Well, guess what? I struggled for a couple of months, right? I needed help to live for a couple of months. But years later, a muscle, to your point around resilience, has built up. I do not struggle as much with having to make a choice for the Lord. At those cross junctions, but that's just one example, right? The moment we start compartmentalizing, then it starts getting tougher and tougher, right? Anyway, I see somebody coming to. Sorry.
Okay, all right. So thank you. So I'm being told one Gladson rapid fire to wrap us out, and then I'll put a pin in it, and then we'll turn it back over to the host. So, imposter syndrome. We're all executives. Y'all talk so confidently. Just 10 seconds each. How do you deal with it?
I'll read from Deuteronomy 31:8. The word says that the Lord Himself goes before you and will be with you. He will never leave nor forsake you. Do not be afraid. Do not be discouraged. Literally, I tend to take the word of God very literally. I remember interviewing first time at the Washington Metro 14 years ago now, because I've been there for a while. And at the time, I recall getting close to DC. I was stuck in traffic. It was raining. I ended up being late for my interview because of all the traffic. I found parking somewhere. I ran 2 blocks with my high heels and my ribbon and ran to get to the front of the building. When I got to the front, I composed myself and I read the scripture and I said, God has gone ahead of me. So fast forward 14 years later, I've been promoted about 4 times.
Come on now.
As finance manager.
Come on.
And I now serve as the CFO. But all of that is saying that it was God that let her in.
Okay.
Right.
I love it.
And God is good.
Great. Thank you. Amen. Right.
I came across a verse in the Bible recently that says, where God said, I will help you. So, very simple. I will help you. I didn't know about that verse for many years. And I did struggle with that. I still struggle with it every now and then as well. But along the way, I've had mentors. And I've had mentors that tell me things like, you know, you are the smartest person in that room. You know more about that topic than everybody else. You should speak up. Because I am in them trying to tell them what to say. Like, you should speak up. You know more. And over the years, I've embraced that and realized that I didn't just get into this room because, because I knew nothing. And I think part of how I address it also is building up the people behind me and mentoring others and encouraging them the same way that I have been encouraged. And always remembering, like, God placed me here. So
I love that. Okay.
3 quick things. Imposter syndrome is real. You know, I've learned that if I'm feeling it, probably most people around the table are also feeling it. So that kind of equalizes it for me mentally. Number 2 is that I do have some tools that I have in my toolbox that's to do things excellently, to really put in what I have to do to get stuff done. That's all I can control. And number 3 is actually a scripture: the race is not to the swift, nor the battle to the strong. I've held this for many years. I would trust the Lord with the rest and trust that all things will work together for good in that situation because I love the Lord, and leave it there.
I love it. Shania?
I'll just reiterate what my fellow panelists said about there's a reason why you're in the room. In my field, you're networking with a number of individuals, and you don't know how you got there. But that there's a reason why God planted you there. And the other piece is that I try to see myself the way God sees me. So it's not through fear or insecurity or through pride, because you can be prideful, but that you are equipped and that you're called and that God loves you. And if He has all of those things for you, He's going to equip you in that moment. And so when I do feel as though there's imposter syndrome, I think the same way that other people have to think the same thing. Yep. But that I'm here for a reason.
I love it. And for me, I just remember they're all people. So, like, whatevs. All right. Give a round of applause to our esteemed panelists.
Too much. A round of applause. All right. So we're going to move quickly to the next session, and we'll be receiving a keynote address from Mrs. Ndidi Okonkwo-Nwuneli, and I'm going to just tell you briefly about her. She's the president and CEO of the One Campaign, and she has had over 25 years of international development experience and has been deeply involved in fostering impactful solutions in the global social innovation landscape with a focus on Africa. Ndidi started, I've not finished though. Ndidi started her career at McKinsey & Company's Chicago office and returned to Nigeria in the year 2000 to serve as the pioneer executive director of the Faith Foundation. She is the founder of Leap Africa, a non-profit committed to developing dynamic, innovative, and principled African leaders and African food change makers, which provides support for African entrepreneurs to start and scale resilient and sustainable agribusinesses. She's also the co-founder of Sahel Consulting Agriculture and Nutrition Limited, and Ace Foods Processing and Distribution. She holds an MBA from the Harvard Business School and an undergraduate degree with honors from Wharton School of the University of Pennsylvania. She was a senior fellow at the Musava Ramani Center for Business and Government at the Harvard Kennedy School. She's also a visiting scholar at Max Bell School of Public Policy at McGill University. She's an Aspen Institute New Voices Fellow and an Eisenhower Fellow. Indeed, is a TED speaker and has been recognized internationally for her contributions, including as a Schwab Fellow and a Young Global Leader by the World Economic Forum, and receiving a national honor by the Nigerian government and the Harvard Business School Distinguished Alumni Award. She is also a published author on topics related to entrepreneurship, social innovation, and resilient agricultural businesses in Africa, including Social Innovation in Africa, a practical guide for scaling impact. Ladies and gentlemen, Ndidi.
Good morning, good afternoon. It's such an honor and privilege to be here. I want to thank Kunle Malomo, who's an old friend and champion, for this opportunity. When he says jump, we say how high. So thank you, Brother Kunle. Thank you to the pastors, the leaders, the wonderful couple that came to pick me up. Thank you so much. I felt the love. And that was just a phenomenal panel. I'm actually nervous coming after Fini and Yetunde. They are the two I know very well on that panel. And I just say, look at what the Lord is doing in their lives. You know, when Nigerians on global stage is making us proud, it just fills my heart with so much hope. And just demonstrates what we can do, people of excellence, people of vision, people of passion. So thank God for your lives and for everyone who's come out today. I'll try to share some insights. I have a presentation, but what we're trying to figure out is how we can move through the presentation really quickly. I've been asked to speak about entrepreneurship and innovation. And as you've heard, I've been a social entrepreneur, a serial social entrepreneur. Like many of you, I actually came here at a young age, worked here for about 12 years, lived here, and then moved back to Nigeria for 20 years. And I just moved back last April, and I have to tell you, I miss Nigeria. In fact, I think I've been to Nigeria probably 5 times this year because my husband is still there. But there's no place like home. Somebody just sent me an article as I was sitting here about reverse Japa, how people are going back. And my own was what we call executive Japa because I was headhunted. I did not apply for this role. And I am the global CEO of an organization called The One Campaign, which is a 20-year-old advocacy organization started by Bono, Bobby Shriver, and Jamie Drummond. And when Bono and others established One, their vision was really Africa. So what we do is fight for the investments to ensure healthy lives and economic opportunity in Africa. And our vision is that Africa is an equal player. And when I got the headhunter call, at first I said, not me, I'm not an advocate, I'm an entrepreneur. But really, through the work I've done, I recognized how amazing it is that many of us sitting here continue to fight the battles that they described. And if you read between the lines, you know that when you walk into rooms in DC, like I have over the last year, it's a humbling experience. In many of those rooms, they're talking about Africa and you're the only African. And with all my pedigree and degrees, I still have to justify why I'm there. I have to explain to them that actually I'm really intelligent. I worked my butt off. I deserve this. I have to prove it in the 21st century. And I actually believe we've ceded space. We've ceded space. So I don't think because of this moving of slides, maybe I move my hand. If I lift my hand, you move to the next slide, please. Can we try to do that? So why did I start the organizations I've co-founded or founded with my husband? Because I was confronted with this single story. And this single story is still the story today. But it was a story I met 30 years ago when I first came to America, now 32 years ago. That the face of Africa was a hungry child, and the face of poverty was a female farmer from Africa. In fact, I was just in a conference earlier this week where this was still the narrative. And this is a single story. Chimamanda, who I respect and who is a friend, talks about the danger of a single story. Are they hungry people in DC? Yes. Are they hungry people in Lagos? Yes. But this is not our narrative, and I will not accept it in the 21st century. So we have work to do, right? So as a result, I started a number of organizations. And why? Because we're naturally endowed for agricultural excellence. We can feed ourselves and the world. All of you who are from Nigeria know that after you eat pawpaw, right, they throw it in the garbage. The next week you come out, there's a pawpaw plant growing around your neighborhood. You're like, how did this grow here, right? Things grow. You just drop them on the ground. They don't grow like that in DC. I haven't seen any pawpaw growing around my house. So we're naturally endowed for agriculture, and we have been historical contributors to the global food ecosystem. So when you think about every aspect of when I raise my hand, please move. Otherwise, 20 minutes, I want to be done, right? When we think about just the size of our continent, this is another one. A friend of mine who runs Africa No Filter has started a campaign about resize the map, right? When you see a map of Africa relative to the world maps, and all of us who have children, please teach your children. Like, this Africa is actually visually one of the smaller continents. But in reality, it is actually the biggest continent. You can put the United States, you can put Asia, and you still have space. And we have some of the best food in the world, I don't have to tell you that. And through the transatlantic slave trade, we contributed food to the world. If any of you have watched High on the Hog, it's a Netflix documentary, how African American food has changed America. It actually starts in Benin Republic, that documentary. And it talks about our contributions to food, our contributions to the rice value chain, the rice that was grown in America, and how America became a superpower through agriculture was because of the black people who came and farmed this. And they brought some of those seeds with them. And that's why I love the story of okra. How many of you like okra soup? It's my favorite soup. Well, okra is an Igbo word that we gave to the world. Did you know that? So every time you say okra, the same way that they say croissant, you know it's a French word. Every time, just tell them you're speaking Ndidi's language, if it's not your own language. And it's a profound thing. It was found in the Annals of Virginia in 1679. And that's why seafood okra looks almost identical to gumbo from New Orleans, right? And I use this slide in many, many parts of the world because I want people to know that they depend on us. Coffee was born in Ethiopia. 14 countries in Africa produce some of the best world's coffee, right? Cola nuts was made with cola nuts. Coca-Cola was made with cola nuts from West Africa. That's why it's called Coca-Cola. So when I go around the world, I say if you've had a coffee or Coke today, you have Africa to thank for it. That changes mindsets. They start seeing us as needing them, but actually how they interact with our food on a daily basis. You love chocolates? Well, thank Africa. Cote d'Ivoire and Ghana produce 70% of the world's cocoa. And I can go on and on and on. But it helps with your imposter syndrome because you're like, guys, you depend on us, right? You owe us some respect, right? And it's not just Afro beats or Nollywood. It affects every time you ingest something grown on the rich soils of Africa, you're ingesting a part of my continent. So I'm not here begging you for respect. That mindset shift is critical for all of us. And I could go on and on and on about the demographic dividends. Now we're talking about creating the workforce for the future, right? Because we are going to have the biggest populations in the world, most of the young people, and I love to tell people, if in some cities in the US or in London, if Nigerian nurses and doctors said they weren't working, it will shut down. Some of you have seen the cartoon, right? That says the days Nigerians go, you want to eject all of us? Okay. Let's see who's going to be washing bodies in hospitals, right? Let's see who's going to be taking care of the elderly. But we have to own this narrative of the workforce for the future. So anyway, as I progress, I really believe right now there's a call to action for us as people of color to start and grow businesses that will be micro, small, medium, and large. And a friend of mine, actually a lot of really interesting communities have been gathering in DC to say, how can we create wealth at this time? I think some of us have been very comfortable thinking that we'll be taken care of under this administration. In fact, government work used to be the safest. How many of you work for government? Raise your hand. Still. It used to be the safest job. You never be fired. Right? Today, is it? Is it a safe job? Absolutely not. But there's no safe job. A friend of mine said, you know what? We're now investing in boring businesses. So she gathered a group of friends. They bought a plumbing business for like $6 million. Black people, oh, today it's worth, in 4 years, $30 million. Now, it doesn't have AI or .com. But guess what? Everybody needs a plumber. And I learned that everybody needs a plumber when I moved to America. I have new respect for plumbers. In our first few weeks here, my daughter clogged the toilet. I tried, I bought snake. I went there and I was pounding. Eventually, I had to eat humble pie. Call them, how much? $500 just to come to my house? Hi, I miss Nigeria. It's been humbling. I don't have my Rolodex. You know, in Lagos, I have someone who brings my pastries. Dry cleaner drops off our clothes. Plumber, just call people. Within 5 minutes, they'll be there. Here. Oh my gosh. So investing in building businesses, boring businesses, will pay in the long term. And we have to create wealth, people of God. We have to create wealth. And God has given us the opportunity. I'm not even a prosperity preacher. I just believe that I have to create jobs and wealth, and I'm never going to be dependent on any other country to determine the future of our people. Right? Why? So as we think about it, please go back to the slide that has the scaling. So, yes. So we've built a number of companies. You've heard Sahel Consulting, which works across Africa now, as one of the leading consulting firms in food and agriculture, and started off at McKinsey & Company, learned a lot, and we've actually applied it to Sahel. And I'm really proud. Sahel is run by young Nigerians who have equity in the business. I have moved here. The company continues to thrive. You can do it, right? But as I was trying to build businesses, I wrote a book, and I brought just a few copies to give whoever Kunle says I should give my book to for free. And came up with this model, which I want the entrepreneurs or those aspiring entrepreneurs to take away. If you don't take anything away from my message, that as you're designing and building your business, and if you already have one, you really should think through this, right? What is going to allow you to start and scale and build profitability? As 6 key components. Number 1, your intervention has to be demand-driven with measurable value addition. We take it for granted. This is boring stuff. Demand-driven, what does that mean? It means people are willing to pay. And not just a few people. It means many, many people are willing to pay. And they value it, right? Because it's changed their lives. Like everybody and their mother wants to become a designer. Interior designer, clothing designer, right? I say only if you're going to be Vera Wang, where you can charge, because scale still matters, right? To be able to say, I'm going to scale, it means enough people have to be willing to pay. The second is that it has to leverage technology, data, and innovation. I don't think we understand the power of data in our ecosystem. Even like, how many of you, let's just say on the side hustle, have a side hustle business? See, a few of you have a side hustle business. Now, what data are you collecting on your customers? Do you know their birthdays, the birthdays of their children? Do you know how much they bought from you last year? Is it documented? Right? How do you engage with them? We take so much for granted. We do not collect this data. We don't utilize it. We don't enable it to enable us to inform how we're working. But it's beyond that. The technology that we have today allows you to mine data on your future customers, on your current customers, and on your profitability. And we don't leverage it, right? Then how do you shape the ecosystem? And for me, this one is really important. For every company we've co-founded or founded, we've gotten involved in shaping policy. And this is what blows my mind since I got here. I'm so shocked that Nigerians are not involved in shaping policy in the US. Do you know how much Ukraine got under the Biden administration? Does anybody know? How much money they got? Ukraine, a little country in Europe. How much? $100 billion. How much does Sudan get? Sudan. $1 billion. I'm talking about grants. I'm not talking about loan, right? You can say, oh, well, different color skin. Yes, but there are countries that have a fantastic policy, right? But they have a fantastic advocacy strategy. Do you know since I moved here, Nigeria has not had an ambassador in any of my countries. I have teams in Brussels, in Berlin, in Paris, in London, in Canada. No Nigerian ambassador. Did you guys know that? So yesterday we were on a call with the Nigerian, because Nigeria is being discussed right now in Senate. Do you guys know about this whole? And Nigerian leadership is what? Absence. Absence. Now, how does it affect you? Whether you have a dual citizenship like I do from birth, my mom happens to be American, right? Or not, you pay taxes in this country. You have a right to demand that you're treated with respect, that you live in safety and security. And yet, many of us retreat to our homes or to our churches and we don't use our voice. Then it has to be cost efficient. It has to leverage, in fact, systems and structures, and many of us don't like systems and structures. It has to be simple with compelling branding, and it has to have resilience built into the DNA. This is the most important thing. We always say that how many months of savings should an entrepreneur have for their business? How many months? 6 months, really? Is 6 months enough? I would say 3 years. For every company I've started, I have 3 years of savings. If I don't get a project today, I can pay my staff for 3 years. You can challenge yourself to say 3 years, right? 6 months, even for you as an individual, is not enough as a run rate. It's not. We know what happens to people of color. One illness, one death in the family, and your 6 month saving is what? Wiped out. Then we're coming around begging, waiting for people at the end of service to ask them for support. No be so. We cannot live like that, people of God. We serve a God who is what? Omnipotent, omnipresent, all-knowing. We cannot live with a poverty mentality. We can't. So I should start rounding up because I want to open up for a few questions. I'm sure that audience. So our food company, I hope all of you have used Ace Food Spices. If you haven't started eating. So 15-year-old company, and I want to mention that it looks rosy. It's not always rosy. And I'll just tell 2 quick stories. When we started Ace Foods, our brand name was going to be Honor. Honor means jewel in Igbo. It's a beautiful name. Designed the brand. Then we got a call from Promaceter. They had a brand called Onga. Onga, Honor. Is it the same thing? They said they're going to sue us. We have to give up our brand name. We started getting threatening letters from everybody. Thankfully, we had a board. For every business I've started, from the minute I have the idea, I put together a board. And I write to them, I can't pay you board fees for the first 5 years, but I need you. Do you understand? How many of you who have businesses have a board? Very few. Even those who have side hustles, you need to have a board. Some people who hold you accountable, who you have to report to, who check on your progress, who help you. It's indispensable. So our board said you cannot fight this for 6 months. Nobody knows Honor. Give up your brand name. We had registered for trademarks, Ace Foods, and Honor at the same time, so we just used Ace, right? The second thing is when I started the company, I wanted to make jam. You guys know jam, mango jam, pineapple jam, agbalumo jam. Agbalumo jam is the best jam. Do you know why? It has pectin, meaning naturally it's a jam. It's sticky. It tastes amazing. And we made these jams, and my friends loved it. But remember what I said, value added with measurable value addition. Not for hundreds, but for thousands and millions. So my friends would all want to buy a Balumo jam. If I came here, maybe some people would like it. But what did the average Nigerian say? What is this color? It has to be what color? Red. Why red? Because of strawberry jam. We have been brainwashed by who? The British. That jam has to be red. So my customer base was very small, niche customer base. And then I couldn't find enough glasses because Nigerian breweries and Coca-Cola have bought up glass supply for the next 5 years. So I was going to dump sites to find reused glasses until we finished all the glasses in the dump sites. And then we started using mixed fruit jam, dyeing it red, putting it in plastic, which gave it a 6-month shelf life. So very soon my jam business was dead. And quickly, I pivoted to my year 3 strategy, which is why resilience is important. Have a year 1, year 2 backup plan, option A, option B, and spices were the option. And we went to all the major noodle companies and said, where do you get your spices from? They said they import. So you import chili pepper, you import ginger, you import turmeric when we have the best in the world. When Chinese people come and take it from Nigeria and export it and come here and sell it to you like as if it's from China or India or somewhere else. So we had to convince them that we could source high quality products locally for the local market. And then we started B2B. And today, this is a going concern. Probably the company I'm most proud of. It's in Sangota. They speak Yoruba there. Because most of our staff are from Sangota, first-time job seekers. And we have an adult literacy program, health insurance, a warm meal, and our staff have stayed, some of them for 15 years since we started. And they're not Japaying. They're not trying to leave the country because they get to travel abroad to their trade shows and they get to come back. They have a livable wage. They can educate their children. And that's what God's work is. Do you understand? Helping people fulfill purpose and destiny. It's so important as entrepreneurs. God loves entrepreneurs because you're creating wealth and you're helping create destinies and improving people's lives. So let me round up by just a few requests. It's a difficult time in America. It's a difficult time. But it's a difficult time all over the world, right? It's not unique. We work in the UK and the Prime Minister has cut development assistance. It's a transactional period where they're saying, what can you do for me, right? Me first, my family first, my country first. It's also a difficult time for race relations. I was at the World Economic Forum earlier this year, and they shared the Edelman Trust Barometer. I don't know if any of you have seen it, where 51% of white men in about 5 countries feel discriminated against. They actually feel so discriminated and victimized that they're willing to take up weapons. I didn't say it, it's in the Trust Barometer. But why? Because their parents could buy homes at 35, they're having to wait till 50s to buy homes, right? So this concept of we can't rise together, because we're rising together, I'm worse off and they're better off. It's a mindset thing, right? It's a mindset thing even with gender. It's not just about black and white. It's can both sexes rise together? Can men and women rise? Or if women are rising, men are less. We're seeing backlash against gender equity because people feel I'm doing worse off. In fact, I met a guy, he got the Pivotal Venture Fund from Melinda Gates, and I said to him, it's really amazing that you are getting funding for gender equity. He says, because the average man feels that they're not seen because women are getting all the support and the attention. So we as people of God have to be sensitive to the dynamics that we're facing. But we're people who believe in abundance. We believe we can do what? Rise together. Blacks and whites can rise together. There's enough space for all of us. Men and women can rise together. Do we see lack or abundance? What do you see? Ask your neighbor, what do you see? Lack or abundance? Is there enough for me and you? Can we be wealthy together? Can we create jobs together? Can we make a difference together? Can we fulfill impact together? And I think it's that mindset that's the first request. That you have to leave this conference with a mindset that God has equipped you to be a leader and a change agent for such a time as this. You have to leave with that mindset. And that there's enough abundance for me and you, and that all of us can rise together. That's the first message. The second message is that we have to get involved in shaping the policy landscape. Beyond our votes, that we have a voice. And if you're interested in getting more involved, please sign up for one, because literally, when I first came to the One Power Summit, I looked around the room, I said, most of the people who are fighting for Africa are not Africans. This year, we had some more Nigerians joining the Impact Summit, and they went to the Hill. I was so proud to see it. And they said, I joined, I saw Ndidi is now running it, we're coming. But beyond one, there are many other ways for you to shape policy that affects you. So use your voice, use your power beyond your votes. And then the final thing I'll say is, first, mindset. Second, get involved to shape policy so that it doesn't happen to us. And finally, I think it came out with what Finney was saying. Don't take shortcuts. Tell your neighbor, don't take shortcuts. You know, people look at my life and they say, your life has been so easy. Those of you who know me know it has not been easy. Do you understand? I'm a mother, I'm a wife, I'm a daughter, I'm a friend, I'm an entrepreneur. I'm traveling 80% of the time. This is the toughest job I've ever taken. And if God is using you, who comes to attack you? We know what the devil wants to do: kill, steal, and destroy. But what has God come to do? Give us life, and life more abundantly. So I really believe it's important we understand what we're fighting against. But I ask people, can God use you? Because he will use you if you're available. But why will he use you? He's going to use someone who is humble, who he can trust, who has integrity. And I always tell people who are gifted, because there are lots of gifted people who God is not using. I'm like, listen, God gave me 2 talents. Me, I'm using the 2. God gave you 7. You're not using them. Why? Because he can't trust you. Because you've been wasting the talents he's given you. So my message to you today is, what is in your hand? What has God blessed you with? What can he trust you with it? And Finney said it, and I want to underscore it. God doesn't like shortcuts. He wants people who are honest and who have integrity. For the board roles that I've gotten, the global boards I sit on today, like Rockefeller Foundation, Chanel Foundation, name it, the due diligence they do on you. In fact, Chanel took like a year. I was like, are you kidding? And it's because it's a brand. They've built a family business based on a brand. Do you understand? They want to know, Ndidi will not come and mess up our brand. They will look at your background and they will do an Interpol search on you. To be on a publicly traded board in Canada, they did an Interpol search. I'm not kidding. So can God also use that touchlights? We call it touchlights youth. And say, are you living a holy and acceptable life? Can you make me proud? Can you stand in the forefront and people scrutinize you and say, she is who she is, she's authentic? Because every single day as a black woman in a position of authority, I'm being questioned, like my sisters up here. Do I deserve to be here? Do I have the credentials? Do I have the smarts? And if you cannot make God proud on those platforms, he will not elevate you. So my final challenge is, commit today that in addition to delivering on the talents you've been blessed with, that you commit to making God proud. And guess what? He will elevate you. I look forward to coming back to celebrating your successes. God bless you all.
Praise God. Did she do a great job? So I've known Ndidi now for 28 years. When I was going to when I was going to business school, I went to her school, though I ended up not going there, but she had a lot of people welcome me for dinner, and since then, whether she calls me to speak somewhere, whether she comes, I think I've called her more to speak in places, and she just didn't disappoint. Thank you so much, Ndidi. God bless you. On behalf of our pastor, our senior pastors, and on behalf of our congregation, thank you. She has to be somewhere right now. She carved out the time for us. And I'm sure, do you want her back? Yeah. Oh, wow. Okay. We'll have you back. Thank you so much, Ndidi.
I wouldn't even add to that, just say that was strong meat. So I'm going to move us quickly to our next keynote speaker, who is going to be speaking on the growth blueprint from startup to scale up. Pastor Olukayode Piton, forgive my pronunciation, is a seasoned financial expert with over 30 years of experience in banking, capital markets, and development finance. As managing director and CEO of the Bank of Industry from 2017 to 2023, he led the bank's expansion, growing its balance sheet from 713 billion naira to over 3 trillion naira, and raising $5 billion through international syndications and bonds, including a landmark 750 million euro bond. His tenure significantly bolstered Nigeria's industrial sector, supporting agro-processing, renewable energy, and ICT. He's a distinguished corporate and investment banker who started his banking career at Citibank and later held executive positions as CEO, Unity Bank, and subsequently at the First Interstate Bank, and CEO, NSEC Group, and FSB International Bank. He's a graduate of the University of Ibadan and Thunderbird School of Global Management. He's a fellow of several financial institutions and an alumnus of the top global business schools. He has served on multiple boards, including as the chairman of the Redeemers University Board of Trustees and director of Afrex Bank's Creative Africa Advisory Group. He's recognized for his contributions and has received awards such as the Special African Banking Leadership Awards and the African Banker of the Year. Beyond finance, Mr. Piton is currently the pastor in charge of the City of David and the head of the Apapa family in the Redeemed Christian Church of God. Ladies and gentlemen, Pastor Olukaide Piton. We're trying to connect Pastor Olukaide. Just give us a moment. If you're uncomfortable with silence, just you can talk to your neighbor, tell them, I guess I'm talking to myself. You can talk to your neighbor and talk about what you learned from the last session. All right. So we are, this is 2024. We're having some technical difficulties. Okay, you're finish. What did I say, 24? Wow. 2025, I guess my coffee didn't kick in. So we're in 2025, thank you. We're going to move on, because we're having some technical difficulties, to the next panel session. And here we'll be discussing corporate to passion, desktop to marketplace. I'd like to call on Pastor Tolu Peters, who will be moderating this session and can introduce our panelists. Please put your hands together.
That's my 3.
Hello again, everyone. I think we're all having a wonderful time. At least I know I have. So, actually, Pastor Pastor Kade Piton is supposed to be part of this panel, so we'll see how this goes. But we do have exceptional professionals, seasoned individuals who are going to join us. And I'm going to call them up. But first, before I do that, I'm just going to introduce myself. My name is Tolu Peters. I'm a leadership transition coach. And I will be moderating this session, again, which is from corporate to passion, and also desktop to marketplace. So I'm really excited about this session, especially because I went from corporate to marketplace about a year ago. So this really is an exciting time for me. And this session is going to focus on navigating transitions, navigating professional transitions. And by show of hands, how many people are going through one form of transition or the other? Show of hands. Oh, wow. Or are going to go through transitions in the next 1 year? How many people? So we do have quite a number of people. So I know that this session truly will be a blessing to you. And I know that, transitions can occur voluntarily or involuntarily, as Ndidi had mentioned. So our hearts really go out to those who have had forced transitions out. But I do hope that in this session that you will get the nuggets, you will get inspiration and perspectives for how your next steps would look. So, having said that, I would introduce our speakers for today, our panelists. We have here with us Ms. Charity Chandalumpa, and thank you. Charity is a distinguished leader with over 40 years of experience in banking, tourism, and telecommunications. She was the first female board chairman of Zanaco PLC and has served as CEO of the Zambia National Tourist Board, CEO Eco Bank Zambia, and the first African female managing director for Bati Airtel Group. So she's currently a non-executive director and board chairman of various organizations. Charity has significant milestones, including, establishing a greenfield banking operations in Zambia. She's also an advocate for gender. She founded the Charity Chandalumpa Foundation, which she runs in addition to being that advocate. She's a motivational speaker, mentor, executive coach, and she empowers individuals to realize their potential. Charity is also a fellow of the Institute of Directors of Zambia and a doctoral candidate of Antwerp Management School. Please join me in welcoming Charity up here. Pastor Kade Piton has already been introduced, and hopefully we can still connect to him, but I would go on to the next person. Thank you. Please sit down. Our next speaker is Dr. Egbe Osifo Daudu. Egbe Osifo Daudu is an entrepreneur and a strategist trained as a physician. She identified early the importance of utilizing management and financial levers to improve health outcomes for populations. Her understanding of management and finance beyond healthcare and her ability to identify early health, including the impact of COVID, social trends, and risks, have made her a highly sought after advisor by CEOs, boards, and senior leaders in both the public and the private sector. She currently leads ANADAC's work in management consulting, health financing, and health technology. This includes leading their advisory work with health tech companies, global pharmaceutical companies, hospital groups, health insurance companies, private equity funds, bank, government, and development finance institutions. She's a member of the Healthcare Advisory Council of British International Investment. She is also an angel investor and advisor to several health technology companies, including those leveraging artificial intelligence to disrupt the healthcare space. Please join me in welcoming Egbe Osifo Daudu. Thank you. You're welcome. So our third speaker is Dr. Oluwatosin Oluokun, our very own. Tosin, known as Dr. O. I just love that Dr. O. Is a clinical nutritionist and certified weight loss specialist who reversed her hypertension and high cholesterol through juicing. Frustrated by the lack of flavorful, nutrient-dense options, she created Dr. O Juice. How many people have heard of it? Yeah. Offering 14 cold-pressed flavors, nationwide juice cleanses, and one-on-one nutrition consultations. She's featured on NBC News, IT, TV News Nigeria, and the Hampton Roads Show. She has earned honors like 40 Under 40 and the Africa Diaspora Advisory Award. Her juices have reached influential figures, further amplifying her mission of holistic wellness. Beyond business, Dr. O Juice is a movement for accessible nutrition. Tosin leads community wellness initiatives, including smoothie clinics and food donations in Edo, Nigeria. As a trailblazing woman in a field where few share her background, she is defining wellness and empowering communities one juice at a time. Please welcome Dr. Tosin Oluokun. Here she is. Please sit down. So, we have an interesting conversation. Are we going to be able to have Pastor Kayode Piton? Show of hands. Okay, they're still working on it. So hopefully that will come through eventually. So I'll just start. Okay. Okay. Thank you. They're working on it as we guessed. So I'll just start very quickly with opening questions, something to set the stage for our conversation today. And I'm just going to start with you, Charity, and say, but before I start, let me just mention that if you do have questions, please write them on pieces of paper. And I don't know, I think you can give it to... Yeah, Queensta, please lift up your hands. Yeah, and so that at least we can speed things up a little bit. Also, I want to just say that people have mentioned about how difficult it has been. Ndidi mentioned it as well, and other speakers, you know, in this time in the US and around the whole world. So our speakers are just going to share from their heart the experiences they've had. And I'm starting with you, Charity, by letting us briefly know, you know, how your journey has been from corporate life to entrepreneurship and what inspired your transition.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. I bring you greetings from Lusaka, Zambia. The home of the Victoria Falls. If you haven't been, please make a plan. I will host any one of you to come and visit Zambia. So my journey, it's important that I put it in context. It's important that I put it in context. At the age of 11 years old, my mother died, and at the hands of my father. And he went off to prison, and we went off to live with my granny in a setting that was very different from what we were used as we grew up. Our parents, my parents, were middle to well-to-do parents. You know, we had drivers, we had private schools, we were taken from point A to B, and taken from there to literally what one can describe as a village, in a home where there's no running water, where there's no power, where when you're sleeping, you have to be mindful of the rats chewing on your big toe. It was a terrible transition. And at that tender age, I saw what it was to live well and not to live well. And I decided at that age that poverty was not my portion, that I refused to ever be poor again, because the transition from well-to-do parenting to where I was very painful at the age of 11. And at the same time, there was a lot of stigma. Bear in mind, we're talking 1973. 1973, it was a man's world. And children were supposed to be raised by their parents. And when you lose your mother or father at the hands of the other parent, there's a lot of stigma. I earned myself the nickname of the murderer's daughter. So everywhere I went, I was like an outcast. To even sit here today, it's God. Because there's no way that I would be sitting here today if not for him. Suffice to say that I shut out God at 11 and I said, I don't need this man. How dare he make my mother die and we are so poor? My father is in prison. And so for many, many years, I resisted God. And I want to use this as my context for you to understand the story I'm going to share with you. So several years on, I graduated from university in '83 and I got my first job. And because of God's grace, I went to a school called Fatima Girls Secondary School, a Catholic school. And the teachers there taught me forgiveness, the nuns. Forgive, forgive, forgive. Eventually, I learned how to forgive my father. Not that it meant we had an easy relationship, but he opened doors. He opened doors for me. From university, I got a job. I got a job, and this is in a time where jobs were plentiful because, the economy was growing. Zambia was still quite a young democracy. So I got a job, and from there, decided that being just in a job was not enough. I needed to do more. And as luck would have it, I became a single mom. Being a single mom was my point of inflection. I needed now to support a child. To support this child in a manner in which I was accustomed as a child with her parents. So after that, I decided I'm going to go and go for the big job. So before I became 30, I made a plan. From now on, I was going to work to become a CEO by the time I'm 40. And then by 50, I should retire and do things that I like to do. So at the time, I decided to become a CEO. I decided to start buying houses. So I built my first house at 30. Finished that, was paying it off slowly, and it was on rent. I started enjoying what I thought was a life of a single parent with some liquid assets. From then on, I decided I needed another house because the money coming from the rentals was really nice, and I decided to save it. As I went in to become an employee of Citibank in 1989, I realized the money was not enough. I needed to bake in the morning. My passion was baking. Every morning I would get up and start baking at 4 in the morning. By the time I'm dropping off my daughter at school, getting to the office, I had hot scones, and they were going like hot cake. So by the time I knew this is what was happening, I decided now to go to my next house. So I bought a house. And so this is how I have started my life. And granting God back into my life also helped. And I became what you're calling an entrepreneur. What I didn't realize that it was an entrepreneur was a landlord, because now I was getting rentals. And then from the time I decided to retire at 50, I didn't quite make it. I retired 52. I needed to buy my last house. Yeah, so eventually I became an entrepreneur of sorts, but everything that I did from my rentals is what helped me educate my daughter and set up my own rental business. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And it's a story of inspiration when you move from, like the poverty to riches story, which some of us are in it, some of us have experienced it, and it gives hope. And I just want to move along and just hit, a nail on the head. And that nail is about fear. A lot of people have a lot of challenge about moving from the safe, used to be safe, environments like government, like, corporations and so on and so forth. So, Egbe, I just want to ask a question about that. So for you particularly, what were your biggest fears when you decided to leave the corporate life, and how did you overcome them? Hopefully you did.
Thank you, Tolu. And as I left 12 years ago, I really hope I have overcome them to some extent. I think it's been an amazing session so far, and I would like to say thank you to Pastor Tolu and the leaders of Redeemed Church, and one of my former colleagues who is now in the farmer space, that's Green, the link to Redeemed, and also several people in the room that I have known in different parts of my life. When you talk about fear, there were a couple of things. One, I'll talk about the key fear was one, I was leaving. I was, at that time, people thought one of the youngest managers in the World Bank Group, and I seemed to have, I was very lucky, and God was with me. I seemed to have a fast-rising career, and people had told me, oh, if you stay, you will be, you could be this and that. So that was one. So I was living a sort of fast-rising career for something that was unknown. The second was that I was in the DC area. I was very fortunate. Most of my World Bank career was in the DC area. This is a city I love. I love this area and the suburbs. So that was number two. Maybe, if I had to leave. The third sort of issue was, at that time, I had a young child, and I was pregnant, and then just had my second child, who at that time we had been sort of concerned about the issues after her birth, which we were concerned about. And so it was a very interesting conversation. And I remember talking to the guys in the retirement in the World Bank that, are you sure you want to leave now? If you wait until this, this is what's going to happen to you. And I thought, the fourth was that I always thought that I wanted to leave when I was young enough to do something for myself. Okay. So, but in many things, when you talk about fear, I think what really helped me was obviously God, and indeed I talk about using talents. I think it's so important about talents. The second thing that was very helpful was looking at things in my past and how I got here. And the third was family, friends, my sister who's here, real amazing support. And I will talk about, and the fourth was actually career change. I trained as a physician. I actually not only trained as a physician, I actually trained as a specialist. I was an endocrinologist, and I was doing research. I thought I was going to do, I was doing a PhD in Oxford, and actually Madam Thatcher changed the British system. And then I decided to go to business school. I took a break from my PhD, I got my master's, and then I went to business school. When I went to business school, at that time I thought I was going to go back to Oxford. And when I went to business school, my mind sort of opened to other sort of opportunities. So I got an opportunity. First opportunity was actually in technology and healthcare. And then while they were doing my papers in the UK, I decided to come to America on holiday. I had a friend who was working in the World Bank, who was a consultant, and we had been friends from university in the UK. And I stayed in her house, and she says, oh, come and see me. Come to the World Bank and visit me. I go and visit her. They have this YP office. I get there. As God will have it, that year, there was a Nigerian guy, Aloysius, changed the path of my life, was there. It was the very last day. He says, sit down here, fill the form. And I was like, okay. I went to the cafeteria, filled the form, and I submitted it. And I had a job, so I wasn't really that interested. And the second thing, I went to see a friend who was in the state in New York. She said, yeah, in England, come to America, Joe. It's not like how things are now. What are you doing in England? Apply to the, you must apply in America. I got a job in a pharma company. I was offered the job on Thursday. Friday, they sent me my papers and they told me, I visited them in Buffalo, sent me my papers, I signed, and they said, oh, you know, everything, will submit your papers for your whatever visa, and you can start work. On Monday, the headlines, the company was bought. On Tuesday, they withdrew their offer. Last in, first out. So you that you haven't even started, out of the job. And then the World Bank thing, all of a sudden, they had like 4,000 or 5,000 applications. They said, you are on the short list. Me. I was now thinking, me. I'm not an economist. When the World Bank came to review, interview in England when I was in school, I didn't even go because I was a doctor. I thought it was only for economists. And the third was my brother screaming, aren't you coming back for your job in England? Anyway, what that did was that it showed me that even when you're not sure about stuff, God always makes things work out. So when I was leaving the World Bank, having had a job withdrawn, you know, having ended up in a place that I never dreamt about, you know, leaving a place that I had had safety, I was used to sort of dropping out. The second big thing about it is I travel a lot. That I learned to do in the World Bank. I travel to a lot of places, and now a lot of my job in our company is business development, and I talk for a living. And my partner does a lot of the real work, but that's what I do. So as Port Hulu knows, in the last few days, she's been chasing me. You're not responding to me because I think in the last 5 days, I was in like 5 different countries, several of them Africa, talking about different things. So I'm really excited to be there. So I do not have the fear of travel. My great-grandmother used to travel, and her sister, all the way from Gambia, selling material throughout West Africa. So 4 generations afterwards, how can you have the fear of travel or jumping into space? You know, you don't have that. And the third, really, is that we do not know what tomorrow brings. God tells us to worry about today and let tomorrow worry about himself. I think our job is to use the talents we have, and several folks have talked about it, and that we've been given, and the rest will take care of itself. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And I think just to add to what you said, you know, one of the things that I think it's important that we do realize is the fact that we do have transferable skills, you know, transferable skills that can operate in different professional areas. And that's something, you know, that we need to think about. But thank you so much. I'm also going to jump into Dr. O's space. And what I have for you, Dr. O, is how did you identify the right business or passion to pursue? Because you're working in a corporate setting, right? So how did we get to this space of Dr. O? Juices.
I love this question. And I can't answer this question with first acknowledging Jesus House DC and the people in it that believed in me and led me towards this path. So I didn't know what I wanted to be, but I have to tell you the story of how Dr. O actually developed. So it was maybe about 8 years ago. I remember I was singing in the choir, and they had the Howard University medical students who were doing free physical examinations in the basement. So I went downstairs. I was like, I'm in shape. I work out. I'm good. Only to find out they said that you have hypertension and you need to be on blood pressure medications yesterday. So I was like, how come? I work out everything, but I remember, okay, I have a family history of this. So coincidentally, one of my best friends, she's a pharmacist, and she told me, she was like, how about you start juicing and change your lifestyle? And I'm like, this is an oxymoron. What do you mean start juicing? Aren't you supposed to recommend the lowest dose medication? She's like, no, do this. So I actually started doing it for a year, and then after I went to get my physical, the doctor said, I don't know what you're doing, but keep doing it because you no longer have hypertension, you no longer have high cholesterol, iron deficiency anemia, cysts, and all that. Okay, so now with the juicing, I would juice any fruits and vegetables out of mason jars, and I was doing it for a while, and I would do these 10-day juice cleanses, and the thing about it is that even if you had your wedding, I would celebrate with you. But if it landed on my 10-day juice supply, everybody was eating jollof rice and I'm juicing. So people started knowing me as the juice lady. And one day I can remember it vividly, and this person is here. She's really humble, but I gave her a heads up. I said, I'm going to mention your name, and also my husband is Pastor Yemisi, Pastor Wale, and my loving husband, Ayobami. So let me tell you how they fit into the story. So when the business started, I just graduated with my PhD, right? And I was like, I have arrived, I'm free. And I started watching all this like ratchet television, reality stories, and my husband turned off the TV and he sat me down. He's like, what are you doing with your life? Like, you're just sitting down here and you're just watching all the ratchet. I'm like, I just graduated with my PhD, give me a break. I have like 5 degrees, give me a break. And he's like, I feel like there's more to you. I mean, you're about health and wellness. Like, I don't know, something, start a blog, do something with your life. And he's here in the audience right now. Give him a shout out. So I couldn't figure out what I wanted to do yet, but I was like, there's something, but I kept juicing. And I can remember this day vividly. I was leaving church and Pastor Yemisi came to me and she said, can you juice for me? And I was like, no, I don't want to make this a business, but I love her so much. I said, okay, I'll juice for you. So she followed me to my house that day. And then I just juiced whatever fruits and vegetables I had in my house. And the flavors weren't that delicious in the beginning, I'll be honest with you. So then she ended up taking it, and she told me at my house, she was like, Tosin, I just have a good feeling about this. Like, I think you need to start making this a business. But I was hesitant because growing up, my parents, they had a lot of businesses, and I felt like, you know, people were going to Disney World and everything, and I'm running your business. They were going to Atlantic City, and I'm running your business. So I was running away from entrepreneurship because my whole life I was doing entrepreneurship, but God had a plan because all the tools that I was doing as a child, I was able to integrate it into my business. Wow. So that's how, you know, PM was in this story. And then I originally was hesitant to start a business, but she told a lot of people, and she's already well known for her business. So I had all these phone numbers calling me. I'm like, who is this? You know, she's like, Tosin, pick up your phone. I told people that you make juice, and I'm like, man. So originally I was like, you know what? This is gonna be something small. It's gonna be for friends and family. I'm just gonna do it for my church members. And this is when I realized that, okay, this is not the case. I remember vividly one day, I traveled with my mason jars. I was driving to Virginia, Maryland, DC for like 5 hours, dropping off mason jars. And the original people, that's why I said that, the foundation of my purpose and my business started from the church. They were all church members. Some of them are here today. Sister Bookie, Pastor Yemisi, my husband. I'm even looking at some people in the audience, Lyle. Like, these people were ordering it, and I'm like, but I don't even have a name. I don't even have a logo. These are mason jars. That's why I'm like, these people believed in me. I didn't have a name. I didn't have a title. And I remember one thing too that Pastor Yemisi said to me. She said, just start. Because a lot of times people feel like, oh, they have to have this business plan. They have to have $10,000 saved up. They need to have, everything has to be polished. I didn't even have a logo. Yeah. So that was how, you know, it developed, and it's Dr. O Juice. And then the game changer for this business was when someone in Texas was like, can I have the juice too? Mind you, it was just local. It was just DC, Maryland, Virginia. And I'm like, Texas? I'm like, how am I gonna get this there? So me and my husband, we got a cooler. I still remember that day. We got a cooler. We put everything in the mason jars. We put bubble wrap and everything. And we shipped it to Texas. And let me tell you something. Those mason jars did not make it. The mason jars actually broke. It oxidized. And the cost of shipping was horrendous. It cost more than the juice itself. So I was just like, I was like, okay, we need to strategize on how we're going to develop lightweight bottles. It has to be BPA free because that represents wellness. It has to be spill proof. The bottles cannot oxidize, and we have to have a catchy title and logo. Thank you. So my husband, he's an artist. He's low key and everything, but he's an artist. So he drew how he felt like the Dr. O juice was gonna be, right? And I want to tell you how the name Dr. O came. A lot of people know me that I have a lot of degrees, but people didn't know what I was going to school for. Some people didn't even know I was in school. So the day that I graduated, people were like, oh, not only did she get a bachelor, she got a master, she got, okay. And then my last name is Oluokun, so it just tied together. Oh,
thank you, wow.
And then, so I know I'm going long-winded, but anyway, just to land, I figured out my purpose just by, my testimony of, healing from diagnosis, and then the people who got put in my life, because naturally, before, I'm someone that's just chill. I don't want to do like anything leadership. I like behind the scenes, but the different tools like Toastmasters, etc., and people in my life that were in there that helped me foster Dr. Ojus.
Thank you so much. You could have fooled us, with so much passion and energy. It's impossible to think of you as quiet. But I think we got Pastor Kayode Peter figured out. And so I do have a question for him. And welcome. He's commonly, popularly known as PK. PK, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me? I can hear you. Can you hear me?
In the interest of time, but you're somebody who has gone into business, come out of business, gone into corporate, come out of corporate. You've had successes, but my question for you is not even about the successes, it's about the failures. Because there's some thoughts that for you to be really successful, you must have had some failures. I don't know. But my question really is, what was your biggest failure or setback in your entrepreneurship journey, and what did you learn from it?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon good evening from here. Good morning to all of you over there. I've been enjoying the sessions, well put together. I would have loved to be with you. But going straight to your question, I was in the US. I had my graduate studies in Arizona. And I got a job with Citibank and sent back, to Nigeria. But I'd always had this urge to be in business for myself. So I had told my wife that one day I was going to come home and tell her I had resigned. And she begged me not to do that. But 2 years into the marriage, I did just that. And I told her to prepare for hard times. But things went the other way. Right from the first day the business started, it was like a runaway success. I set up a finance house, we got a lot of deposits and we're doing well. Until 1993, when there were some crises in the country and people felt that the country was going to break up. So there was a run on finance houses. We were one of the biggest ones in the country then, in Lagos. So we had a run also. At the end of the crisis, by 1993, we were owing $3 million. So that was the biggest setback I've had, when you are in your early 30s and you are owing $3 million. Eventually, we lost everything. What do we have to do? We went from a positive net worth, which was very high, to a negative. But so many learning points. One, I learned that storms don't last forever. I learned that though, as a believer, you might fall 7 times, but you will rise again. I learned that in the midst of problems, there are solutions that are embedded in the problems that you have. Other thing I learned from the crisis was that you don't extend the goodwill you have to others who have not earned it. And sometimes if something sounds too good to be true, look at it again. Don't invest in areas you don't understand. Don't be afraid to start again, because when I lost everything, I said to myself, you were a banker before, you've lost everything, why don't you start again? Which was exactly what I had to do. I had to go back into employment and work my way up. And God was kind to me. My promotions came very early because the experiences I've had on the streets were very useful in the bank. Finally, prayer changes things. Today I'm a pastor. It was that problem that made me to get closer to God. Thank you.
Thank you so much. There's something that I want you to share with the audience, which I heard you minister about, because I think it will give someone hope. when you failed, and I don't know if it was this particular failure or another failure, because you've had so many successes, but you talked about how you sat at home and you were like, how can I go from CEO to go back into corporate? Remember that story?
Oh, yes. Well, yes, thank you. In terms of, for the people who know you over there, that's Tolu, we're colleagues, you know, at FSB. But what happened was that after I lost the business, I was the chairman, CEO of my company. And then, you know, everything went down. We were $3 million down. And I was at home, no job. My wife, you know, is a specialist, you know, pediatrician. And she would dress up and go to work. One day she was asking me on her way out, what were your plans for today? And I got very upset. I was saying to myself, when I was doing well in my business, you were not asking me what were my plans for the day. Now you are going to work. And she said to me, she didn't mean it like that. She was just asking a simple question. For me, it was not a simple question. I was very, very upset. A few days later, one of my friends came and said to me, so what are you doing? I said, well, I'm trying to see how I can get back, you know, into business. And he abused me. You need to have friends who can talk to you honestly. He said to me, look, you have a bachelor's degree in economics. You have a master's degree. You were with Citibank before. Things have failed. Why don't you go and look for a job, you know, and take care of your family? I said to myself, how will I, as chairman, CEO, look for a job? But after he left, I said, this guy made some sense. So I called one of my friends who happened to be in the same bank that Tolu was at that time. And to cut a long story short, I went for an interview. And even though what I applied for, when the MD of the bank interviewed me, he said to me, you are applying to be a compliance risk manager. Talking to you, you are a marketing person. And I like you. All the things. That is why the God factor is very important. When I failed, I went to Bible school, you know, and I was trusting God to get the job. Here I was now being interviewed. The guy knew I had a finance house that had failed. He said to me, the fact that you actually set up one meant that you were an entrepreneur. I like people who are entrepreneur. Now that it failed, other people ran away. Most of the CEOs, they left the country. The fact that you are here, you have not left the country, and you are finding a way to sort out the problem, means you have resilience and you have integrity. I like that also. So all the things that should have worked against me in getting that job worked in my favor. He said to me, you're a marketing person. What I'm going to do, even though you applied for a compliance job, risk management job, I will actually create a job for you in the business section, which is what he did, you know. And the job I was trying to get initially, somebody was there as a risk manager for 7 years without promotion. I got a job in the business area, and within 5 years, I had crossed from assistant general manager to a director of the bank, you know. So God made the time I had lost, he redeemed it, you know. So I tell people, don't be proud, you know. If things don't work your way up, you know. And most men have that, women are better at it. If they've lost their job, they will do even lower paid jobs, they will take it just to take care of the family. Men are always looking for bigger things. Oh, I lost that job, I want a similar job, or something that pays better. It doesn't always have to be like that. I caught up with people that were in the banking industry, and most of my colleagues, I overtook them because God made a way.
Thank you. Thank you so much. You know, there's so much to say, but I really want to give an opportunity for questions if there are. And so, but what are the final words of encouragement I just want to take from our panel here today is, what would you tell someone who is in the midst of transition, someone who is looking to transition? Which words would you use to encourage them and ensure that they feel confident to go for it, especially where their passion is? So I'll start with you. Dr. O.
So first of all,
we have A minute each.
I'm passionate about this, so I could talk long, but I'm going to keep it short. I would say consistency, consistency, consistency. Don't focus on perfection, focus on consistency, because consistency will take you far. If you're focusing on perfection, it might not take you that far. And to choose something you're passionate about, because there's times where you want to burn out, there's times when it gets really hard, but if you're truly passionate about it, even on those hard days, you'll still be able to keep following through with it. And finally, choose something that you love and you're passionate about and not what everybody else is doing. And if you are choose something that everybody else is doing, make sure you mark your fingerprint on it. And what I mean by fingerprint is that everybody has a different fingerprint. So make sure your brand is yours so that you can set yourself apart.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay.
Dr. Igbe?
Thank you. I mean, transitions, I think there are two types. So if you have the 3 years in the kitty, as Ndidi said, you have a different position.
Yeah.
Then you can focus on things that you really want to do and it gives you space. If you're like most people and you do not have 3 years salary in the stuff and you have children to feed, like PK said, I really think, one, get out there. Remember when things were down? Everybody has had down times. You've come up and come across it. Make sure you get it. Network like crazy. Everybody you know, family, friends, everybody should know you're job hunting. And then the fourth, never forget to pray. And number 5, please apply to jobs. God works with all of us, but not many people will God knock on the door directly and say, apply. So you need to get out, talk to people, networking like crazy, and have fantastic support. People, sisters, brothers, husbands, cousins, friends that tell you how great you are. Just because somebody lets you go, it does not define you. You define your future.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah. And Charity, please go.
Yeah, I think we should all remember Jeremiah 29, verse 11. There's nothing that God puts before us that we should fear. We should go out for it because He wants us to prosper. So if I were you, you're in transition, I'd say go for it. You know, don't hold back. I'd rather you go and fail than sit back 10 years later and regret it. So go for it, try it out. And a lot of questions are asked, what if I fail? And I always counter that as a coach, as a mentor. I always say, what if you win? Yeah. What if you succeed? So don't look at your glass as half empty. It's always half full.
Thank you. Thank you so much. If PK is still online, we would like to have a last word from him as well.
Well, thank you very much. What I would say, I think it was Warren Buffett that says, you don't test the depth of the water with both feet. You know, before you launch out, do your analysis. Be brutally frank with yourself. Most people are not frank with themselves. Understand that every business has key success factors. If possible, have a mentor, you know, and understand that business before you launch out. And before you launch out, as much as possible, start something small in that area while you are still working. And plan your exit. Most when you have a family, plan your exit. You know, if they pay bonuses in December in your company, then leave in January. You know, try and get what you have to get. You know, don't just do it because you feel that the thing is going to sell. It doesn't work like that.
So I just want to thank our panelists. Please just help me celebrate them. Thank you so much.
Can you hear me? Okay, thank you very much. So there is a paper that I prepared for the keynote address, which is the growth blueprint from startup to scale up. I'll just go through it very quickly. The copy of the paper is available. I'm sure the organizers will let you have the paper. Introduction, the evolution of Nigeria's startup ecosystem. Over the past 3 decades, Nigeria has transformed into a dynamic hub for startups, particularly in technology-driven sectors. This evolution began in the 1990s with pioneering companies like Tara Systems and System Specs, which laid the groundwork for the country's tech landscape. The early 2000s saw the emergence of fintech innovators such as InterSwitch and eTransact, marking the beginning of Nigeria's digital financial services. The 2010s ushered in a new era by establishing tech hubs like Co-Creation Hub, CC Hub in Yaba, fostering a collaborative environment for startups. This period witnessed the rise of notable companies like Andela, Paystack, and Flutterwave, which gained international recognition and investment. By 2023, Nigerian startup ecosystem demonstrated remarkable resilience with significant growth in sectors such as fintech, agri-tech, and health tech. Despite global economic challenges, Nigerian startups attracted nearly $400 million in funding, underscoring the sector's robustness. The enactment of the Nigerian Startup Act further bolstered the ecosystem by providing a supportive regulatory framework to foster innovation and protect intellectual property rights. This keynote address explores the strategic pathways that Nigerian startups can adopt to achieve scalable growth, drawing insights from recent developments and success stories within the ecosystem. This address will be in 2 phases, the growth blueprint and the strategies for startups to scale up. So the first part of it, the growth blueprint. Number 1, there are a few things that you need to do. You have to embrace digital transformation. Digital transformation is the bedrock of modern business scalability. According to a 2024 Nairametrics report, Nigeria's fintech sector alone attracted over $2 billion in investment, highlighting the immense potential of digital innovation. Secondly, you have to strengthen your access to capital. Access to finance remains a pressing challenge for Nigerian startups. A report by The Guardian in 2024 indicated that only 15% of startups generate over 250 million naira annually, primarily due to financial constraints. Thirdly, you have to build a skilled and adaptive workforce. Human capital is essential for scaling. The workforce must evolve alongside the business to meet emerging demands and maintain competitiveness. The Nigerian government's 3MTT program, which is aimed at training 3 million talents, is a critical step towards bridging the skills gap in the startup ecosystem. 1, you have to navigate the regulatory landscapes. Regulatory landscapes and hurdles can impact startup growth in Nigeria, from licensing requirements to multiple taxation and data privacy laws. Startups must understand and comply with various regulations. You have to leverage the ecosystem support. The Nigerian ecosystem has grown significantly, with Lagos emerging as one of the top 100 global startup cities in 2024. Ecosystem support structures such as incubators, accelerators, co-working spaces, and industry events are crucial for startups looking to scale. Participation in accelerator programs provide mentorship, seed funding, and access to global networks. Initiatives like Lagos Startup Week, Jitech Nigeria, and Tony Elumelu Foundation offer exposure, partnership, and resource mobilization. Then, fostering innovation and customer centricity is also very important. Innovation is the engine of business growth. Startups that innovate continuously and prioritize customer needs are more likely to scale sustainably. Innovation can be technological, operational, or business model driven. That's the part one of the paper. Second one, what are the strategies for startups to scale up? Number one, you have to solve a real scalable problem. You have to solve a real scalable problem. The foundation of any scalable enterprise lies in the ability to solve a real persistent problem that affects many people. Notably, leading Nigerian startups such as Spacestack, Andela, and Tribe Agric gained early traction by addressing immediate local needs that bore universal significance. The journey towards scalability begins not merely with innovation, but with relevance, developing functional and indispensable solutions. Scalability requires a clear product market fit, a solution that customers are willing to pay for, ideally without extensive persuasion. Entrepreneurs must ask, is the offering transferable across different regions and demographics? Can the solution maintain its value proposition as it scales across diverse contexts? That is number one. Number two, strategy. Build a strong, flexible team. A business is only as strong as the team behind it. As startups transition into scale-ups, the operational landscape shifts from basic execution to strategic implementation. The range and complexity of challenges multiply, requiring a team that is skilled and adaptive. In the Nigerian context, the talent market presents challenges in availability and affordability. However, this can be mitigated through deliberate investment in human capital. Number three, systemize your operations. Scaling is not about doing more. It's about doing better, faster, and with less effort. The ability to scale effectively is not determined by how much a business can do, but by how well it can replicate success with minimal friction. This requires implementing robust systems that promote efficiency, consistency, and quality control. In practice, this means creating standardized processes for every operational aspect: customer acquisition, service delivery, inventory management, human resources, and financial reporting. Number four, leverage data and metrics. You can't scale what you don't measure. Data should be at the heart of every business decision. Data is the lifeblood of modern business decision making. For a startup to transition into a scale-up, it must evolve from operating on instinct to leveraging insights derived from measurable performance indicators. Number five, strategy, secure smart capital. While funding is often viewed as the ultimate solution to scaling challenges, the quality and strategic alignment of capital is far more important than its quantity. Nigerian entrepreneurs must understand that not all capital is smart capital. In Nigeria today, bank interest rates are about over 30%, except you are one of the multinationals and you're paying about 20%. How many business can you do and pay back 30% and still make profit? So look for smart money. Number 6, navigate the Nigerian terrain. We are a nation of opportunity, but Nigeria is also a country of complexity. Scaling a business in Nigeria entails navigating a complex landscape marked by infrastructural deficits, regulatory uncertainties, and currency volatility. While these challenges can be daunting, they are not insurmountable. As one founder puts it, Naija no dey carry last, but na strategy go make you first. Number 7, the power of partnerships. No business scales in isolation. Strategic partnerships are critical enablers of growth, offering access to new markets, complementary capabilities, and shared resources. In the Nigerian context, where infrastructure and institutional support are still developing, collaborations with suppliers, distributors, and technology providers can accelerate business growth and reduce operational burdens. Finally, your mindset matters. None of this works, things we have discussed about, without the right mindset. A startup founder thinks of survival. A scale-up leader thinks of structure, sustainability, and succession. You need a mindset that embraces delegation, seeks learning, welcomes feedback, and invests in people. You must let go of control to gain true freedom in your business. In conclusion, the journey from startup to scale up is not a sprint, but a deliberate, disciplined climb. It demands more than passion. It requires precision, perseverance, and purpose. Scaling a business in Nigeria comes with its unique challenges, but it also comes with unmatched opportunities. We are a nation rich in creativity, resourcefulness, and resilience. If we apply the right strategies, building scalable solutions, cultivating strong teams, embracing systems, and leveraging partnerships, we will grow businesses and build legacies. As entrepreneurs, we must think beyond survival and start designing for sustainability. We must look beyond profits and aim for impact. The true measure of success is how far we go, and how many is not only how far we go, but how many we lift along the way. Thank you for listening. It's a much longer paper. I had cut out a lot of things. Like I said, you get a copy of the paper. God bless you, and thank you for listening.
All right. We have a very packed schedule, and I believe that everyone is having a great time. Nod, yes? I see some smiles. So, have lunch. You've had breakfast. You're even having lunch. Again, this is amazing for free. Free. We love it. Yes. First of all, I would like to thank PK for the wonderful presentation. Please give him a round of applause. We want you to know that even though you're not here physically, there's a lot of love for you in this room, and we really appreciate your humor and also the insight that you provided. Another round of applause just so he can feel the love.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We are going to move on to lunch. This is how it will work. We'll move table by table. If I see you standing when it's not your table, I will call you out. Please let's move orderly. This is Jesus' house. We do things properly. And while we're having lunch quietly, we'll have a presentation from Dreamright by Brother Olu. So your table will be called. Again, get up when it's your table. Do not jump the line. And there's food for everybody. There's no rush, okay? And then after that, we'll move into the afternoon session, which will be a panel discussion. We still have a lot. We have Wemimo Abe, who some of you know and some of you will be introduced to, who's had a lot of success. Recently raised, I think, $130 million in Series B funding. And then if you enjoyed the first part of the day, which was the pitching, we have another round of that. So please, please, please stay, eat, and then enjoy the rest of the session. Please welcome Brother Olu Efunwoye.
Thank you very much. Happy Biazo, everyone. My name is Olu Efunwoye. I'm here to talk to you about Dreamright. About 26 years ago, I graduated from secondary school with nothing. When I said nothing, not just money, I meant no credit. Well, only one credit in Yoruba. I had nothing. I had to, sit again for exam the following year. A lot of things were happening. I was having several setbacks in my education. And cut the long story short, I sat for exam the following year. I made it. And there were a lot of things in between the time I had the major failure and the time that I had a comeback to having distinctions, to where I am here today. So several years ago, of course, I moved to the US, and then I started thinking about how to give back, because there are a lot of people who would still be in Nigeria, in Africa, in my shoe, or in the same situation that I was in, that would not be able to go to school, that would not be able to go to college without any help. And that was the beginning of Dreamright. Dreamright is a non-profit, it's a 501c non-profit charitable organization. What we do is just support education, education, education. The vision there is really to support education initiative in Africa. And what we have done over the last 10 years, we're founded in December of 2015. What we have done over the last 10 years, which you will see in a moment, is focusing on our mission statement, which is educate, engage, empower. Please, can we say it together? Educate, engage, empower. There are people in Africa that really want to go to school, but they don't know how to. And we do this by creating a platform. And over the years, we've done 24 distinct projects, beginning from educational support to secondary schools in Lagos, to direct, skills acquisition program that we've had. And you see on the screen right there, yes, the next one, back to school programs, seed scholarship, where we provided full sponsorship, secondary school education sponsorship to students going to a particular school in Lagos. And then, of course, we had an essay competition. So we've done a lot of things just to get ourselves together up to this point. And what we're focusing on, you see those two green boxes right there, the Dreamers College Fund, which is a scholarship opportunity that provides 1 million naira to students to go to school in Africa. And then, of course, the Mentor Me program. The Mentor Me program provides mentoring initiate opportunity for those that are receiving our scholarship. So far, we've given the scholarship to 50 people since 2021, so that's 50 million that we have given out. And over the last 10 years, our program has been able to reach about over 3,000 people, over 3,000 people, and still counting. And when you see the faces of those people, I don't know who they are, but we set out in December 2015 to help those people to go to school. You can see their faces on the screen. They are going to school, full tuition university in Nigeria through Dreamright, just because we started the program. 50 of them are currently going to school. Now, if you look at the next screen, you see We have been able to saturate the entire country, Nigeria, 36 states. We have been able to touch 36 states with our programs. What does that mean? We've done several things, like I've shown you on the previous slide, but we've been able to do so many things, starting from in 2021 when we started the DCF program. We only gave out the scholarship to 3 people. Just this last December, we gave out the scholarship to 25 people. That's 25 million that was given out in December of 2024. So if you now look at the next slide, you see that we've done a whole lot, but we are moving forward. And we're not just going to remain in Nigeria, because Dream Right is not a vision for Nigeria. It's a vision for Africa. We've been in West Africa for a long time in Nigeria. And the time has come, which, of course, as we celebrate our 10th year anniversary in December, the time has come for us to begin to move to West Africa. And of course, by December of this year, we will be announcing that country. You can see the pins there showing the 6th country that we're currently considering, also expanding to, providing a scholarship initiative to them. And that is where you come in. If someone is saying, where do I come in? That's where you come in. Now, we have been able to do this. Of course, if you look on our website, we've been able to raise over $80,000 since inception in 2015, and we are still raising funds. We're still, raising funds. So we reached out to the Biazo committee, and please, a round of applause to the Biazo committee. Thank you for giving us this opportunity. And we are reaching out to you to see how can you be part of this, because Dream Right is a vision for Africa. We all came from Africa, and we just want to be able to give back. And you can give back by partnering with us. What does that mean? You can include us, in your businesses, CSR budgets. You can reach out to us, via our telephone, email. You can give with a purpose. Maybe you're celebrating your 50th, your 30th, your 60th, or any kind of, milestone celebration. You can, give toward that. You can raise funds with us, help us so that we can be able to reach more people in Africa. You can give, you can mail us a check, you can reach out to us. Of course, we'll be able to provide you with our mailing address. All of this we have done not just by ourselves. We have done this through the support of people like you, a lot of people I see in the room that have helped us over the years, and we're still looking for more partners, people that will hold our hand, that will join us in doing this work together. As I wrap up, a lot of people have said to me, well, I have my own nonprofit, or I'm doing this, you can partner with us. We don't have to do it alone. We don't have to do it separately. We all have the same goal. We have the same vision to be able to help people give back, and you can give back through Dream Right. So I welcome you. We welcome you to partner with us. You can see on the screen the various ways that you can partner with us. You can reach out to us. We'd like really to partner with more people that can help us take this vision, not just to East Africa. Of course, I want to be here maybe in another few years, and we'll say we're going to South Africa, and then we'll continue to go across Africa. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. God bless you.
But I cut my own lunch size to a small portion, so I'll be able to speak this afternoon. So it's a pleasure to be here. My name is Sidi Ogunbade. I'm a pastor here in Jesus House, DC. And I've been a member of this community for close to 27 years, if I'm counting right. Let's celebrate Jesus. And outside Jesus House, I'm also in business, technology, and I've had all different things to do. For about 26 years, and now about 29 years, I've combined 51% of my time to pastoring and 49% of my time to business. So that's my journey so far. It gives me a great pleasure to introduce this wonderful, wonderful panel. This is about codes to climb, and of course, some of you will be wondering, what does that mean? Sooner or later, you'll find out. First of all, please join me and make welcome Mr. Tunji Taiwo, who is the Executive Director at JP Morgan. Tunji serves as an Executive Director at JP Morgan, where he focuses on software supply chain and open source governance. He has been featured as industry events such as the Open Source Foundation, the SOS Fusion Conference, and he co-presents on the role of diversity in software Bill of Material Practices. Make him welcome. Please welcome. Yes, anywhere. Next, I'm going to invite Dr. Akinwumi, who is the Chief AI Officer at the National Fair Housing Alliance. Dr. Akinwumi leads the National Fair Housing Alliance effort to ensure that artificial intelligence technology in housing and lending are fair and transparent and aligned with the civic rights protection. As an AI officer, he oversees AI governance, risk management, and innovation strategies and spearheads the Tech Equity Initiative, a program aimed at reshaping the algorithm system to promote equity in housing and financial services. Let's give him another round of applause. Now coming to the stage is one of our own, my own very brother, Brother Benga Lasisi. Let's make him welcome. He's a Senior Director and a Divisional Chief Information Security Officer at Capital One Bank. That is a bank where my daughter also works. Benga is a Senior Director and Divisional CISO there, where he's responsible for, you can see here, overseeing cybersecurity strategies and risk management across key business units. With extensive experience in information security, Lasisi has played a pivotal role in enhancing Capital One's cybersecurity posture, ensuring protection of sensitive data and compliance with regulatory standards. Another round of applause for him. Last but not the least, I'd like to bring on another brother of mine, Brother Michael Adenuga, who is a Senior Director at Capgemini. Capgemini happens to be another family that I've been a part of in my career journey. Let's make him welcome. There he specializes in digital transformation and technology consulting. In his role, he leads strategic initiatives that help clients navigate complex technology landscape, focusing on delivering innovative solutions that drives business value. His expertise encompasses a range of industry and is known for his ability to align technology strategies with organizational goals. Let us make all of them welcome. That is a lot to go through in a few minutes. So, I'd like to jump right in. I spared all the introduction. This is about codes to climb. And a lot of you may have been wondering, what is this panel about? So, I've given the audience, the panelists some time to think about the questions. And I want someone in the audience to at least prepare a question that you have for this great panel here this afternoon. Think about, especially if you come from a technology background, what is that question you want to hear from them? So I'll jump right in. I'll ask the gentleman on my right, Mr. Lasisi, can you share an instance where acquiring a new tech skill fundamentally reshaped your leadership style or strategic vision? Well, that's helpful. But I'll go to like when I made my transition. By the way, originally from Nigeria, came as an F1 student. So I was working at the World Bank using a G4 visa, and I needed to make a transition into, to corporate America. And I felt like that was key to the extension of my stay in the country. So there's this association called the CCIE, and it was a very tough one to kind of get through. I felt like that's the only way, or one of the many ways I could make sure that I stand out in the crowd and being able to get a full transition into having a sponsor visa. So I went all in, filled about 4 times, passed on the 5th try. And what that did was it kind of opened the door for opportunities as having that essential leadership / technical skill. Now, how did it give me a leadership skill? The resilience in having to fail multiple times. Each try was about $3,000. Right, $3,000. I was a student, and that was very crucial in helping me to kind of shape how I became a leader, resilience, but having these technical skills, which kind of translated into how I was advising organizations when I was in consulting, as to making technology transformation, but also, putting the lens of resilience into context. Wow, amazing. So you failed 4 times, burned through $12,000, but that was what helped you leapfrog from that World Bank position into your technology leadership. Yeah. Amazing story. Maybe I'll turn to Mr. Adenuga. How do you balance then the need for technical knowledge with executive decision making to drive innovative and cultural change?
Sure. First of all, thank you so much for inviting me to be part of this panelist.
Oh, we love you.
I'll provide a little bit context because then you can relate to the answers I'm providing. So I don't have a tech background like some of the guys on the panel. My background is actually in strategy consulting, and so I'm used to doing things like corporate development strategy, go-to-market, and stuff like that. And I think about 7 years ago, I started to see how imperative technology is for business transformation. So I was like, okay, I need to switch into technology consulting. And that was pretty much my journey. And, you know, looking back, and because right now I manage quite, you know, cross-functional teams across tech, across business, so I'm able to balance when you really need to go into the technical details and when you need to keep it at executive level to get your project funded. So I think it's very important for people to understand when you have a problem that you need to solve or you're trying to get funding to drive your project, it's really the what and the why that matters. The how is, nobody cares about the how, especially at executive level. So, and as techies, you know, like I said, I don't have a tech background, but as techies, we tend to dive too much into the details, which nobody really cares when you're trying to get your funding for the project. So it's imperative for you to be able to get that skill, which I would say executive filter, executive presence, how to be able to ask the right questions, how to be able to connect the dots between tech, business strategy, and people. You know, you need to be able to strike that balance to be able to get your project done. So for me, you know, when I try to get my executives to buy into my idea, I need to be able to strike that balance. I need to be able to understand when I need to go into the details or when I need to keep it at the executive level. So I hope that helps.
Amazing, amazing. Thank you so much. And I think that's what a lot of people talk about when they say it's a bit of the head and a bit of the heart. Yeah. A lot of times when people are in technology, they want to explain all the details. And sometimes I just want to know how my WhatsApp message gets to the other side. Don't tell me all the details of how it gets through the internet. So thank you for the answer. I'll turn it to the cyber czars who are in the house. Of course, we have AI and cyber represented. And I know that is a lot of buzzwords that you've been hearing about lately, especially if you're doing banking online. Don't let this hackers take that. But let's hear from the people who practice that for a living, from JP Morgan. So in an age where cyber threats is increasingly becoming more sophisticated, how have you transformed cyber challenges into a strategic opportunity for growth, your personal career growth?
Well, thank you again. Let me just echo the thank you to the leadership of the church and the members. It's been great hospitality. And Mr. Kunle, who I met just about less than a year ago, and inviting me here to speak to you all. Personally, in terms of cybersecurity, the things that we do, and how that translates into the work we do. It's simple, right? It's all about solutions. And that's the way I approach the job and the value add you bring to the business, right? Technical, non-technical, soft skills, non-soft skills. What people truly care about is, can you solve this problem that I have? In a company the size of ours that processes $10 trillion every single day, and the importance it has to the global financial economy, it requires a level of scale, speed, and curiosity, a concept basis, right? In terms of security protocols, threat modeling, something you all, maybe you're not very familiar with it, is a very proactive way, because we say in cybersecurity, the best defense is a strong offense, which means you're very proactive and less reactive, which means you're constantly learning to stay 3 steps ahead of the bad guys, right? Cyber fraud, nation state actors, North Korea, Iran. Everyone wants what we want, which means they want to tamper with our way of life, right? From the billions of dollars in investments that come to the institution to the $100 in savings, that stuff matters to people. So what is the value add? How do you provide the solution? Cybersecurity is a means to an end, right? We know technology is a means to an end. The end is the value. What do you bring to the table? So for us, it's really around what are the right solutions for now? And also thinking ahead, all right? What are the right strategies in terms of risk management, and how do you apply that to your day-to-day? Be it operational risk, which is how you run your business and stay afloat and thrive, or cybersecurity, which is just constant bombardment from nation-state actors, just constantly knocking on the door, trying to breach your systems, and then balancing that with how you protect customer trust in you. So threat modeling is one of the key ways in which we've done that, which is you're asking simple questions. What are you building? For who? When? How? 2, what could go wrong? Right? What do the bad guys want to do, right? And the most important part of it is what do you do about it, which is where controls come to place, right? And breaking that in simple business terms helps you win not just the stakeholders, but also the technical capabilities, which allows you to infuse that, integrate that into the systems and the way you approach the job at every given day. That's the why, for me. That's the value add that you bring to the table.
Thank you so much. And I can relate to that because, again, having spent 10 years plus in financial services and moved trillions of money every single day, I know what one bad actor can do to damage reputation. So let me, before I go to the AI, because I know AI is part of the answer maybe to cyber, I want to come back to you because both of you are Capital One, JP Morgan, maybe opposites, but you solve the same problem, moving retail money on a day-to-day basis in trillions of dollars. What is one story from your career where robust security protocols not only safeguard assets, your money, my money, but also become a catalyst for business transformation?
Yeah, I had a client when I was in consulting. They were in the energy space, and they were trying to kind of protect what they call their crown jewels. And what was it? The ability to be able to supply power to everyday user. Their ability to collect money for billing purposes. And of course, they brought us in to kind of, advise them on how to do that securely. They were doing it, but at the point they were doing it, they had a disruption because they were not taking the right approach. So they brought us in to kind of help them rethink that. So they had this thing, what we call a firewall. For those who don't know what a firewall is, it's actually literally putting a wall between what you care about and the things you don't care about.
So firewall is putting a wall between things you care about
and the things you don't care about. Good. Right? But what they did is, after creating that wall, they punched holes through it, because for operational purposes, certain things still need to talk to each other between the things they care about and the things they don't care about. And by the time we got in, we asked them questions like, okay, well, why would you punch a hole? It turned out that they didn't really put all of the things they cared about in the right places. So there's this concept called segmentation. It's like putting things in boxes. Right? And I think beyond IT world, it's also very, relatable to our lives where you put things in the right boxes. And all I had to do was tell them.
Is that like me putting my wallet outside and then going inside to sleep?
Exactly, right? So if you care about, your jewelries, you put them in a safe, right? You won't put that, key to the safe in the open space, because if you do that, then someone who doesn't need access to it sees the key and they can take it. So our approach was to kind of tell them, like, look, it is not about the walls you put. It's about where what you care about is placed. If you put them in the right places, it's easier for you to kind of build that wall to protect them. So you can't have things all over the places and you think, it's going to pass. So in that dimension really kind of helped bring security into the lens of how the business was thinking. To say, if we truly care about that, I put a wall in there, but there are other information that can get to that stuff over there. The threat actor is not going to go to the wall you built. It's going to go to the open door and take the thing. So that shifted their perspective on how they were thinking about the problem. And for me, that was like, really bring in the security knowledge into how business thinks and how they can ensure that, the things they care about to grow their operational resiliencies and things like that are in the right places so that when the threat actors come, even if they knock, they won't get to it.
Interesting. I remember sometime I was part of a security experience, and we always thought about how do you protect money. For money, we're moving from nations, and they said that bank robbers in the 1800s were caught, and they asked them, why do you keep robbing the bank? And the robber said, that's where the money is. So it just makes sense. I mean, why would you go and rob somewhere else? So I'm turning it now to you. What do you want to add to that before we go to the AI side? Especially how this defined, catalyzed the business and also impacted your own career journey.
Yeah, I'll take it slightly to a different space. One of the things that I engage in the bank is to advocate for diverse suppliers.
Diverse suppliers.
And
what does that mean for people that need to
I'll break it down for you. So there are companies, female-owned, Hispanics, blacks, owned businesses that strive to do business with the big banks.
Okay.
And the barrier to entry is pretty high because when you're talking about trillions of dollars, lots of customer data, you want to be the best in class, right? So we talk about cyber readiness. So some of the things we do is educate them around cyber resilience. Readiness gets you in the room, but resilience keeps you in the room, right? Which means you have to constantly think about what are the things you should be doing to stay ahead of the curve, right? So the personal story here is one of the companies that we actually opened the door to, which is one of the reasons why Mr. Kunle and I met. Small startup company, young man out of the military, and he started with 5 people. And he was knocking on the door and said, look, I want to do business with the big banks. And spoke with our leaders in China, they were like, okay, we'll take a chance on him. As of today, it's like 4 years ago, as of today, he has quadrupled his staff. It's making millions of dollars in revenue. So thinking about, I'm in a space where we don't generate revenue, right? We spend money, you can relate to that, right? We don't really bring money into the bank, but we generate true value by advocating for other people that want to do business. Think about the domino effect. He has quadrupled the size, 20 plus people, which means he's hiring people, he's paying back money to the economy, right? The community is thriving. And that is a good reputation on the company that I represent in terms of business transformation. So it's not just about taking, it's also about how we give back to the community to transform the business ecosystem.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much for that input. And I want to now take it to AI. How many people have used ChatGPT in the room? Just wave your hands. Okay, all of you. I hope you didn't ask it what to wear this morning. How many of you asked ChatGPT what to wear this morning? All right. Oh, one person. Well, that person is doing AI responsibly. So let's talk about it. There's an AI czar in the house. So, Mr. Akimumi, tell us, in the sphere of AI, how can leaders establish, a framework that empowers innovation while also maintaining this thing called ethics or ethical guardrails? Because is AI going to steal our lives, change our world? We're all worried. What does the expert have to say?
Great question. Thanks for the question. So, but before I respond to that question, I actually have 2 votes of thanks. The first one is I need to give a shout out to my #1 champion and support, who is in the audience, and that's my wife. She's somewhere here. And
let's celebrate her.
Yeah. The second thing, the second vote of thanks is, I really want to thank the old church for the opportunity and also the privilege to be here to share my little insight with you. So when it comes to frameworks to make sure that AI systems are responsible, there are different ways to actually think about it. And surprisingly, I think a couple of weeks or months ago, there was a guest that was invited here that was talking about how the scriptures of the Bibles are connected to some of these laws and policies. And that reminded me of my years when I was just finishing out of high school. One of the scriptures that I really, thought about, I even wrote some articles about it, was Genesis 1. And a lot of things in Genesis chapter 1 actually really applies to how you want to constrain AI systems to be responsible. But the verse there is 28, verse 28. And depending on the versions you're using, NLT will probably say you want to reign over everything God has created. And KJV will talk about ruling over everything God has created. And the more you think about that, and you're thinking of AI as a system of different components that are coming together. For example, in some of the presentations we've heard today, we're thinking about, well, you can improve what you can measure. That's where data comes in. Then you also think about infrastructure, right? Because there are a lot of decisions you have to make about how to even make this AI system accessible, or even if you want to release it to general public infrastructure, data infrastructure. You also need to make decisions about, okay, well, how do you, by the way, my background is in math, so I studied applied math. So data infrastructure, you also think about the model itself, which are really just like the mathematical equations that are connecting these together. And lastly, you also need to think about the policies that are implementing the outcomes of the systems. So when you think about these different components, you also need to think about what are the rules in place, what are the frameworks in place to make sure that in each of these components, you have an AI system that is reflecting the values, the principles that you as an organization, you've decided you want to reflect in your AI system. For example, there were a lot of conversations today about being socially aware regarding the policies that really control or regulate the environment we're in. Under this current administration, what we know is that, in fact, in the last 1 or 2 weeks, there were a flurry of frameworks, policies that came out. For example, about if you want to adopt AI system, these are the principles you have to follow. For example, when it comes to procurement, if you want to procure AI systems, because many of the systems we're using now, they're actually even developed out of the country. So as a business, you need to be aware of what are the frameworks that actually help you to achieve your business objectives in a responsible way. Even though in the States now, unlike what is applicable in Europe, for example, where there's EUI Act, we don't have our own AI regulation. But what we know is that there are rules that still apply to the decisions that are being made by this AI system. For example, you just asked about ChatGPT. And what we're seeing in housing is that there is a lot of use cases where people are using some of these generative AI systems to actually commit fraud. But there are laws in place that say that, well, this type of behavior is not applicable. So learning more about what is available either at the federal level, the state levels, and also working with experts that can make that translation from policies, from frameworks into the implementation is one way where you can constrain AI system to behave in a way that will reflect the values that you set.
Thank you very much for that answer. I'm picturing faces in this audience right now. They're saying this thing is called codes to climb, and all these technology people, they're speaking all this technology thing. And if we just to commit head and heart to this, so I'm going to ask this question. When we think about ethical AI, people's fears are very simple. Will AI one day take over my job? Right? Anyone in the audience, will AI one day, can I even trust that someone is telling me the truth? So now if I'm breaking it down and asking, in the next 5 years, how do we know the truth? And of course, everyone is saying singularity, which is when AI becomes able to think like a human being or smarter than a human being. So now, answer the people in the audience, why would Genesis 1:26 to 28 still be applicable to these people? Thank you.
Well, the scripture says you will know the truth and the truth will set you free, right? So one thing is, I like to say that there's a lot of values, because when you talk about synthetic data, making things up, knowing the truth, the fact and all that, I like to say that I strongly believe that AI will not replace people, but those who know how to use AI will replace those who don't know how to use it. So that's,
That's a place to clap.
And the thing is, AI doesn't exist in a vacuum. In fact, most of us were using ChatGPT, Gemini, Claude, Llama, and all that because of what? We want to use them to solve a problem, right? So if I develop a solution, of course, by the fact that it's a solution, it's solving a problem. So what is going to happen is that for those who still maintain their domain expertise, those who really understand what problem needs to be solved, and those who know how to tell the stories of the solutions will still, to a very large extent, will always be relevant. Because, I work for a civil rights organization, and that's, probably a separate question. What is a civil rights organization doing with bringing in tech people inside the organization? But if you ask that after the panel, I'll be able to do that. But working for a civil rights organization, you realize that there is a lot of laws in place that cannot be broken or that should not be broken. And what we are seeing in many of the cases that we've litigated as an organization is because we have tech companies that just think because they have access to data, they have access to the math or the equations or the architectures of the models, or they have access to compute resources, then let's just throw something out there hoping that we just keep throwing the dart and then it's going to stick, right? So that's why I want to say that those who still maintain their hedge in really knowing what that knowledge is will still always be relevant. And those are the people eventually we're going to rely on to help us decipher what truth is from false.
Amazing. Thank you so much for that answer. So when you see a video, find out how to be an expert to know whether it's telling the truth or not. Of course, the lesson is that the experts will always be relevant and they'll use AI to their advantage. So learn AI. I'll turn it on to you. Now we're going into digital transformation and agility, agile resilience. I want to be mindful of time, so I'm giving all my panelists 1 minute. Knock this out for us. Could you describe a critical moment when technology accelerated your organization's digital transformation? How did you redefine your strategic priorities? 1 minute.
So I think the question about, I think everybody can resonate with the whole question around digital transformation. Even if I look back to, say, 10 years ago, there was a time where robotics and automation was big, and everybody just had to figure out how to do that to streamline their processes, right? And then we had the whole modernization of your legacy systems and cloudification of all that. And I'm sure, because these guys are usually my clients, they also have to just do that. And obviously we saw what happened in COVID. In fact, in my own definition, I think COVID is probably maybe the second most consequential event that also drove digital transformation. You just have to go digital. It's about go digital or die.
Everyone went to Zoom.
Exactly, right? But I think the most consequential now, which I'm actually living right now, is AI. I think with AI, see, I was in I just came back from Mexico City because I have a client there yesterday night. I came back 1 a.m. I actually thought I wasn't going to make this event. And with the client, I was working with a Japanese bank that has a subsidiary there. And the strategic design thinking workshop that we were having was a combination of people and machine. When I say machine, it's actually the AI chatbot. See, 5 years ago, when we do strategy session and people go through ideation, there's opportunity to say, I don't know this question. I'll come back to you. Give me 1 or 2 days. You can't do that anymore.
Amazing.
Yeah, so in the session, we're doing our project. If you're doing our design thinking and everything, but we also have machine to rely on. So I think with the new age of AI right now, you don't have a choice because AI impacts everything. It impacts people, it impacts your strategy, impacts technology, then it impacts your operating model. So I think that's the most consequential now that we're
I love that
living
question.
with. Yeah.
I love that answer that you provide, and I like the question. I'm going to allow you to chime in, but what I'm going to summarize is that you are inviting AI to the meeting. Summary. Take AI with you. Take AI with you. That's the lesson there. Take AI to you.
Yeah, let me quickly, I thought I was going to chime in on the question, but I'm quickly going to wear my responsible AI hat. Please, as you take AI with you, you should still know that you are accountable for the decisions that the AI system is making.
Thank you so much. That's so profound. Remember, AI does one thing. What's the biggest problem with AI? It can
hallucinate.
It can hallucinate. We'll go very quickly to the next question. Continuous learning and rapidly evolving in this tech world. I'm going to turn to you, Mr. Lasisi. In a field where only constant part of this thing is change, it's always this thing: WhatsApp, Skype, Zoom, something else, Teams. What habits or strategies have you adopted to remain at the forefront of technology innovation? Someone is here, is doing tech, and they want to be a leader like you. What do you tell them?
Yeah, my fellow panelists here will relate that. As a security professional, there's no other way. You got to keep learning.
Keep learning.
You got to keep learning. Like Gen AI, it's what I'm living with, right? There's data privacy concerns. There is all of these, Gen AI related threats in the fraud space with, Gen AI generated clone videos, audio, and leading to like bank fraud, people's money and livelihood being done. And I'm always constantly saying, how do I make sure that my clients, internet clients, stay ahead of the game? They want to adopt AI, but I'm also concerned about the security implications of that. How do I become someone who is not an inhibitor to growth, but also kind of, helping to make sure that we're securing? The answer is micro-learning.
So when you say micro-learning, can you tell us very quickly in 15 seconds, what's your top way of micro-learning?
I use, Smarty.me. Smarty.me is an app.
Okay.
So it's like 15 minutes of study every day, right? You can do that on Instagram, on LinkedIn, on YouTube.
15 minutes study every day?
15 minutes to learn something new every single day. For me, it's security stuff, right? Check the news, like what's going on, what's the trend.
I love that.
How do I, so micro-learning on your way to work, 15 minutes of audio, like I use Audible as well.
Audible?
Tools, yeah. So anything I can get to just make sure that I'm constantly learning, staying ahead of the trade actors, right? If not, I'll be out of job.
Very quickly.
I'd like to add to that for a second here. So I'm a big fan of any material that says for dummies.
Yeah. For dummies. Anything for dummies.
Anything that says for AI for dummies, technology for dummies, I just absorb them because it breaks things down for you in non-technical jargons, which is really what you want. The second thing I would like to share with you all is there is a lot of good use for AI, which is why it's spreading like wildfire. Think about fraud, which is the biggest problem most companies have in terms of you make a mistake, you send something to the wrong person, costs you millions of dollars. Think about in the medical field, humans working long hours, making mistakes, you do the wrong thing or you file the wrong paper.
I get emails from my country.
Exactly, right? Most companies are adopting this because with AI, there's less of that.
Yeah.
Which is why they're investing in it. And I know people are worried about losing their jobs. If you're planning to be in the software engineering space, yes, AI is going to write a lot of code.
Thank you so much. So now I'm going to bridging the digital divide. And I want to ask this question. I'll just ask the panelists, short 15-second question. How do you bridge the gap between technical details and all these business and strategic objectives, particularly in high-stake decision-making environments, boardrooms, making $1 billion, $1 million investment decision? How do you bridge it? What's your sentence?
So,
I want a sentence. I'm pulling it out of you right now.
I think as a technical person, you need to always understand the business outcomes of what you're doing.
Business outcomes.
And for you to be able to do that, there has to be a very strong collaboration with your business stakeholders. Because at the end of the day, even if you have a very great idea, innovative idea, if you don't get the the nod from your business stakeholders, it's probably not going to get funded. And even if you get funded, it's likely going to fail.
Good.
So it's very critical that you are able to collaborate, you're able to speak their language. Let me give this example. So I run a lot of call transformation engagement. The technical guy are thinking about, I have to invest in infrastructure and latency. The business guy doesn't, what is he talking about?
What is latency?
I don't care about that. But if you're able to connect and say, I'm going to give you the operational resiliency and the scalability to drive customer experience for your customers. Now they get it.
I even prefer, I'm going to make your customers happy.
Exactly. Now they get it. So I think it's important as tech people to be able to speak business terms. Gone are the days when you say you're a technical person, you don't care about financial statements. If you can't connect what you're doing to revenue or cost, or any of all those business metrics, you won't get the necessarily executive attention that you need. So technical guys need to start. That's how you connect between yourself and the business.
Thank you so much. I gave you time because you are the business guy who is tech. Now, tech guys, 15 seconds.
I can relate to that, right? As a security professional, my tech executives don't care about a firewall being down or something being breached. They care about, is it going to impact my reputation? Am I going to lose money, right? Am I going to get into trouble with regulators? So anything I'm translating to them has to be in those three dimensions. What is the regulatory impact, right? Since banks are highly regulated. What is the reputational impact? What is the financial and operational impact of that risk that I'm communicating with them? So if I'm not able to translate that to them in those languages, my job has failed.
Thank you so much. Three things. He knows it. Regulatory impact, cost, and risk. You, sir?
Okay, first one is just understand the business.
Understand the business.
Two is be a great listener.
Be a great listener.
Listen empathetically, right?
Listen empathetically.
And the third thing really, truly, after all said and done, is really just make sure you stay ready.
Stay ready. You, sir?
For me, I'll think of when I was doing my PhD. So I worked with medical doctors. I developed a mathematical system for understanding pathogenesis of some virus and all that, right? So that helped me to really understand the importance of having inclusive, meaningful discussion whenever you want to solve a problem. Fast forward to a few years later when I worked for an insurance company, I had the privilege of developing their first machine learning model for pricing insurance and also homeowner insurance, or auto and homeowner. And there was a moment where I thought I developed a perfect machine learning model. But those who deployed the model, they did the wrong thing. So then with those two experiences, I realized that anytime we truly want to create meaningful impact, we need to bring everyone that is involved in solving the problem together. For example, from business understanding to data understanding, gathering the data, even making decisions about, okay, what algorithm you want to use and how you want to implement it. And that's really what I put into practice, making sure that everyone is really at the table, because you know the consequences of waiting until you solve the problem and you realize that it's actually the wrong thing is more problematic than making sure that everyone is already accountable right from the outset.
Thank you so much. Bring everybody in. Make sure everybody is involved as your stakeholder. Personally, from me, what I think has worked is simple. Every single person who works in the company does what? Everybody has to do what? Understand the business. I've met a lot of technical people who work someplace and can't even explain what they do. Don't be that person. Join me in thanking and celebrating this wonderful panel. We could have gone on. Time failed us. I think they deserve a standing ovation. Thank you, gentlemen. They have brought their expertise, codes to climb, how you use technology to advance your career. I believe they've said a lot. There's one thing I'm taking away. I'm taking AI with me, and I'm going to use it responsibly. And even if you're a pastor, take AI with you. Thank you once again. Have a wonderful continuation of this glorious leadership conference. Thank you. Gentlemen, thank you.
the subject of technology and innovation. And we have a very exciting keynote speaker up next. And I'll just quickly introduce him, and he'll join us right after. So to take us through the next keynote, we're going to welcome Mr. Wemimo Abe to discuss the practical steps to disruptive innovation. Mr. Wemimo Abe grew up in the slums of Lagos, Nigeria, where he struggled to secure a loan without a credit score. His mother then borrowed money from a predatory lender at an exorbitant 400% interest rate. This challenged him and his co-founder to launch Esusu to address such financial challenges. Esusu's platform empowers renters to build credit through rent payments, offers property management analytics, and provides rental assistance for financial stability. Recently, it has been valued at $1 billion in a $130 million Series B fundraising round. Wemimo serves on the SEC Small Business Capital Formation Advisory Committee. He's a commissioner at the Smithsonian National Portrait Gallery, Board of Trustees at the University of Minnesota. He's a board member at the Leadership Enterprise for a Diverse America and co-chairs the Los Angeles, what am I saying? He co-chairs the LA County Museum Director Circle. Before Esusu, he founded Clean Water for Everyone, delivering affordable clean water to over 250,000 people in 6 countries. He has also founded a data analytics company, which was acquired in 2014. In his early career, he was a mergers and acquisitions consultant at PwC, working on deals valued at over $50 billion, and gaining experience with Accenture and Goldman Sachs. In 2024, he was recognized in Forbes' list of most influential Black Americans. He was named to the Time 100 Next list and awarded EY Entrepreneur of the Year in 2023. Goldman Sachs recognized him as one of the 100 most intriguing entrepreneurs in 2021 and 2022. He was also named to Forbes 30 Under 30 in 2020. He graduated from the University of Minnesota and earned his MPA in NYU's Robert Wagner Graduate School of Public Service. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Wemimo Abe.
Hope everyone is well. I think I was talking and I was muted. It's such a delight to join everyone, and I would have loved to be in person, but my wedding anniversary is coming up for my Yoruba wedding, and my wife's birthday is tomorrow, so I had to be home for the CEO's birthday, and else I would have been there in person. But every time I have the good fortune to talk about my life journey and above all, the ethos of today's conversation, I always like to go down memory lane a little bit and talk about the why of what we do and what got us here essentially. And then ground out in practical steps of what has helped Esusu to be where it is today and hopefully where it's going tomorrow as a hopefully a publicly traded company. So for me, I grew up, I think this room is filled up with, Nigerians and other folks on the continent. I grew up in the slums of Lagos, Nigeria, where some people might know as, Ajangbadi of Ojo local government in Nigeria. I lost my father at the age of 2. I was raised by my mom and 2 very spirited sisters. And one thing my mother fundamentally believed in was the power of education. She afforded my school fees to one of the finest high schools in Nigeria, and when all those kids were going to the United States, had a high school degree and worked at the post office for over 21 years. I wanted to do exactly what they were doing because those kids didn't have 2 heads or 4 eyes. I thought I could work hard and persevere and do what they were doing. So I got into Unilag at a very young age, probably at the age of 15 or 16. Then decided not to go. My mother was really upset because we had worked so hard to get to this point. I decided to sort of self-study for the SATs myself, passed, went to the US Embassy and applied to the University of Minnesota because we had relatives there. And I got in. And so I moved from 80-degree weather in Lagos to negative 22 degrees in Minnesota, which was a character building experience. And during that transition, something important happened. We walked into one of the biggest banks in a place called Brooklyn Park, not too far from where the George Floyd matters happened in the United States, to borrow money. And we were turned away and had to go borrow money from a predatory lender at over 400% interest rate. My mother sold my dad's ring. We borrowed money from church members, and that's how we got started in America. So really inspired by that experience and my co-founder's story also, we started Isuzu on 3 core premises. No matter where you come from, the color of your skin, and particularly your financial identity shouldn't determine where you end up in the wealthiest nation the world has ever seen. And dare I say, anywhere in the world. And the problem we tried to address was simple. There are over 110 million people in this country that rent. On an average, they send $1,100 to their landlord every month. If you do that math, there's over $1.4 trillion in rent volume, but only 10% of that rental data showed up on their credit score. Or if they don't pay their rent, they are sent to collections or evictions, and that essentially shows up on their credit score. So the innovation was simple. We started the company doing, Isuzus or our jaws, and then we decided to move quickly because people wanted access to capital. So we created the plumbing to make sure when people pay rent, we can capture that rental data, transform it in accordance to over 3,700 rules and regulations in the US, and then report it into the consumer rating agency so people can establish or build their credit scores. You might ask, why is that important? Why is a good credit score something of note? And a good credit score is important because if you don't have a good credit score, you can essentially pay over $250,000 in interest over your lifetime or be locked out of many financial opportunities. So that's what we sought to do, and did it very well and scaled the business where today we now have over 5 million units under management. And of that 5 million units, because on average, 2.5 people or 3 people live in those units, we have 10 to 12 million people within a landlord's ecosystem that we work with, because it's a one-to-many business model. So, the business is sort of scaled to that point. And, when I think about it, I remember, during this journey and I'm thinking through all the innovations and what exactly we wanted to accomplish, raising capital was one of the biggest hurdles. And I'm sure we have a lot of people in the audience, as you think about your ideas, the 3 core important things to keep at the back of your mind is, how do I get capital? How do I get the best people to pair with my ideas? And above all, how do I have the right processes to move the frontiers of my ideas forward? So in absence of capital, which is sort of the engine of what we do, we find ourselves in a very fascinating situation whereby 326 investors said no to us during the round of financing. And I had worked at places like Goldman Sachs, PricewaterhouseCoopers, and Accenture, and all the sort of prestigious institutions. And above all, the company was generating revenue and doing quite well from a growth perspective. But we couldn't raise capital. And one of the darkest part of the journey was, I remember when one day when we closed one of our biggest partnerships with the University of Minnesota, they probably felt bad for me as an alum and gave us that in the first place. We were in the northwestern corner of Minnesota, close to Fargo, North Dakota. And we had this genius idea because my business partner and I couldn't essentially afford an hotel room because we had over $100,000 in credit card debt. So the genius idea was to go to a Denny's, walk out of a Denny's, order the Grand Slam, and then walk all night and catch a flight at around 6 a.m. in the morning. Unfortunately, because we were not perpetual motion machines, we fell asleep, and the gentleman came up and said a lot of people play this strategy, and unfortunately we were kicked out just after 4 a.m. in the morning. That was one of the darkest part of this journey, because when people hear, you raised all this money, it was all easy. I always try to talk about the lowest point on the journey, just to humanize the experience and what we had to go through to get to where we are today. So fast forward, 3 years ago, or around 4 years ago now, the company raised over $130 million in financing. And I remember when I was leaving Goldman Sachs and I took my mother to downtown New York, 200 West, and I said, hey, Mom, thank you for all the sacrifices. Thank you for everything you've done. And but sadly, I'm going to be leaving, Goldman or PwC to go start this thing called Isuzu. My mother was really upset. She's like, oh my God, I thought we made it. You're going to leave this prestigious institution to go run our job. This is really, really crazy. But we took that leap of faith, which meant I couldn't pay my mother's rent anymore, and she had to figure it out on her own. And when we raised that round of financing, I called my mother and I said, hey, our life is about to change. We raised $130 million and the company was valued at over $1 billion. And my mother was like, oh, I'm so proud of you. But how's the wedding planning coming along? So it dawned on me that my mother actually did not understand what it meant to have raised $130 million, because she barely had a high school degree. And then, to find ourselves in a situation whereby we're controlling, sort of created a company that very few do around the world. But it is because of that reason I sort of focus and at Isuzu, we create businesses like we do because we want to try as much as possible to challenge the status quo. And above all, create a blueprint so we don't find ourselves in a situation whereby we are the only one creating businesses like this. So in light of what I have talked about, I'm going to really do two things. Number one is talk about the rhetoric. And it frustrates me when we have conversations like this and we don't have practical tools to move the frontiers of ideas forward. So my commitment to everyone listening to today is, when we raise that amount of capital and as we scale our business, I've sort of been in a very reflective mode. And we hired the consultants to essentially document how we got there. So at the end of this conversation, we're going to send to the organizers a practical steps if you're trying to do what we did at Isuzu, and follow the blueprint and hopefully execute against it. So you're going to get that email, and will be one of the tools you get out of this conversation. So what brings us here today? What are the practical steps to disruptive innovation? There are three things that come to mind for me. Number one, nothing worth doing is worth doing alone. I have an exceptional co-founder that I get to work with every day, and a very good leadership team that gives me what I like to call quantum leverage. You can't do it all if you want to build a successful enterprise and a franchise like we have created. You need to try as much as possible to always look to hire folks that are better than you, folks that you're going to feel excited to learn from every day. We're 10 years into the journey at Isuzu, and that's some of the things that keep me alive, because I sort of get bored easily and I want to learn other things. So making sure you have the best people is arguably one of the most important thing you need to focus on. And when you think about it, your people are your most important asset. It's not the widgets you sell. Your customers are also important, but the folks that provide the experience at scale are your people. So invest in your people, be unapologetic about that investment is utterly important to move the frontiers of your ideas forward. Number two is to make sure you have the right vision to values. At Isuzu, we are very, very unapologetic about where we are going, right? In perpetuity, We're very articulate about what we're doing in the next 10 years. And then we do have a master plan. The master plan at Isuzu is very simple. It is, how do you take someone from financial identity, stability, and ultimately wealth building? That's the core focus for us. So how does that show up? When people pay their rent, we make sure it shows up on their credit score. On an average, we've established credit scores for over 200,000 people and reported on millions of people across the country. Today, I believe we report on just close to $50 billion in gross lease volume annually. Number two is stability. When someone can pay their rent, like Brian Stevenson once said, we are all better than the worst things that we've ever done. Right? So we also try as much as possible to pair them up with financial resources. Chief among them is an eviction prevention loan, so folks don't find themselves on the streets, and as a society, we're not solving homelessness backward. So that's the stability pillar. Then number three is the wealth building pillar. If someone has a good credit score, they've weathered the storm, and now they're about to buy a home, how can we try as much as possible to pair them up with good mortgage underwriting and quality financial products and the right training, because the first 2 years of owning a home is one of the hardest part, so they can keep that wealth, which is the biggest and sustainable means and broad-based means of wealth building in America, right? So that's how we think about it. And if we do that, the thesis for us is simple. There are over 45 million people in this country that have what we call a thin file or no credit score at all. The average debt in America is around over $90,000. If we do that math, you can unlock over $4.1 trillion in capital. And then you can extrapolate that to the African continent, Nigeria, Ghana, and other places around the world. So that's how we're thinking about this audacious vision. We're also very, very crystal clear on who we are not, right? We have guiding principles, we have cultural values, and we think about the company as how do you build an institutions that live beyond us. One thing, tomorrow doesn't owe you anything. The fact that we all woke up today is an incredible miracle. But as you build companies, you want to think about how you build it to last, not just build it to be dependent on you. And that's how we've sort of structured this issue, and that's what has gotten us to where we are today. The third thing that I would talk about as you think about disruptive solutions and build large institutions for scale is be very, very maniacal about processes. We've scaled a lot. Isuzu eclipsed over 200 employees, nationwide. And you find as you scale, the fabric of the institution sometimes get lost. It's hard to distill what the leaders are doing down to the first year analyst. So trying as much as possible when you bring people together, reinforcing the why. Why are we doing things a certain way? What is the leverage this is adding for us as a company? And what is the proverbial promised land? And some of the ways we've done that is reciting our vision to values and cultural principles at all land scores, making sure we make it clear, even to the youngest and most junior person on the team, and saying, if you have an idea, you can email me as a CEO and say, here are the 3 things going right, here are the 3 things we can improve on. No hierarchy. It needs to be flat, or things will get lost in translation. We also have something called Face the Dragon. There's a lot of difficult decisions we have to face as a company, but facing the dragon, knowing the dragon can consume you with fire, it helps you communicate the toughest things that people usually want to bury. And when you face the dragon, even if we fail at something, we reward folks that face the dragon. Just last week, we had an employee that said, this is how we can leverage AI at the company. He's a very junior employee. He's probably 3 steps below me. But because he had the moral courage to say, here's how we can leverage AI, here's this scrappy way I got it done, that person is going to present to the entire company at this month's All Hands call. So it's not only about rhetoric, it's always about doing. And above all, cementing everything is you don't care about the 99% of things going right. It's the 1% that can ruin your reputation you focus on. trust is utterly important. You have to have trust of your customers, trust of your employees, trust of your stakeholders, and hopefully trust of investors who are also important to continue to drive the growth of the company. One thing I would leave with is something that's near and dear to my heart before we take questions is ultimately building a company is incredibly hard. It is like eating glass, and innovation on top of that requires you, as one of our values at Isuzu, to be ever evolving. Change is the only thing constant, and always remember, tomorrow doesn't owe you anything. And because I'm a Christian, I always like to close with something that I wake up every morning to recite. It is, I am the embodiment of infinite possibilities, and I want to try as much as possible to leave my mark in this world. And ultimately, no weapon fashioned against me shall prosper. So with that, thank you so much. I wish I would have been there in person to just feel the energy, but I've been listening in on some of the thought-provoking conversation. And with that, I will yield for questions.
After that, what do you say after that? Oh, we have echo. I should continue. You can hear me. Okay. So I don't even know what question to ask. He's already asked so many very good questions, but one thing that crossed my mind, and when you didn't see this, but we started today with 10 young aspiring entrepreneurs that gave their pitches today, and they were all so exciting. We were even struggling to pick one as the winner, right? So as a lot of them are sitting here, there are another 6 that are going to present later before we close very soon. What advice, and I know you probably may have already touched upon it, when you have that business plan looking you in the face, and you have to build marketing, get a lawyer, get an accountant, what do you do first? What piece of advice can you give them, these entrepreneurs sitting here, if you are in their shoes? What do you do first Monday morning to take the next step in terms of taking the idea from the pitch you shared today to the marketplace? Thank you.
It's a very thoughtful question, and it is tough in the first place running a business, and anyone that takes that quantum leap to run a business, so much respect, because it's really hard. Everyone tries to make it very sexy. It is really hard. Painful, there's a lot of sacrifices to it. So it depends on the business that you're starting. But ideally, when you start a business, you don't have all the skills. There are a plethora of functions you don't have expertise in: engineering, operations, marketing. You essentially need to be like, a Garba Lawal, for example, who's a utility player. I don't know if people remember or people grew up in that era of Nigerian football. You have to be a utility player and be able to do things across board. But the thing that keeps me going every day is arguably the most important thing as an entrepreneur, which is your why. Why did you choose to start the business? And starting a business that I believe could stand the test of time, making money is not enough. There's so many ways to make money. I could have stayed at Goldman Sachs. I could have stayed at PricewaterhouseCoopers, probably be a partner today. But why? What is that thing that you're so frustrated by? What is that thing that you want to wake up every day to chip at, knowing that this thing is going to be maniacally painful? And for me, it is this simple clarion call: where you come from, what you look like, and how much money you have in your bank account for now shouldn't determine where you end up in life. And ultimately, our children should have a better life than we ever had. That's what keeps me going. And if you think about the thread of Isuzu, that's what we always focus on. The $1 billion valuation, all the money we've raised, all the employees we have, the billions of dollars we process every year, that's by the wayside, right? The most important thing for me is that clarion call. And until you find that fire until you find that thing that you want to chip away at day in, day out, and unapologetically, when people frustrate you, when things are hard, when when your back is against the wall, those are the things I look to, and you have to find that in your soul. It's like we're in church, it's the same concept of faith, right? Like, what's that thing that you perpetually, you don't know if the outcome is essentially guaranteed, but we show up every day to church knowing that, you know what, if we pay our tithes, we pay our offering, we're a good person, we try to be Christ-like, right? Things could be better, right? And that's what keeps me going as a human being. And every other thing you build on top of that is a byproduct of that why. So my why, unapologetically, is just where you come from, what you look like, and your financial identity shouldn't determine where you end up in the greatest nation the world has ever seen, or dare I say anywhere in the world. And until you find that question, and when you do, the sky is not the limit, but the launchpad of what you can become or what you can accomplish. And that's what keeps me going. And that's what I would encourage each entrepreneur to dig deep and understand the why. And making money is not the answer. You need to have that clarion call that keeps you going every time.
Wemimo, thank you so very much. I know that this has been a very, very impactful session for all of us. Again, we want to thank you so much for joining us today. I know we went back and forth to try to get you in person. We're hoping we'll still be able to bring you back here in person. But once again, thank you so much for your time. It's been a very, very impactful session. Let's put our hands together once again for Wemimo. So thank you. Yeah, we'll connect later. But thanks a lot. Really, really appreciate you. I appreciate your time, and thanks for this very impactful story. The next section right now is the entrepreneurship and innovation session. Mr. Kunle Malomo will be the moderator for that section, and he will be introducing the rest of the panelists. Let's put our hands together for Mr. Malomo.
To speak, one of the panelists is someone who has known me since I was like 4 years old. And our parents were both professors of theater arts in the University of Ibadan and later University of Ilorin. So it's my distinct pleasure to welcome Dr. Ifepo Shofola. Dr. Ifepo Shofola is the mentor that has known me since I was 5. Is a board-certified otolaryngology head and neck surgeon, certified by the American Board of Otolaryngology. So essentially, he's a plastic surgeon. Dr. Shofola received his medical degree from Emory University School of Medicine in Atlanta, and he completed his internship in general surgery and his residency in otolaryngology at the National Naval Medical Center, Bethesda, Maryland. Dr. Shofola's fellowship in facial plastics and reconstructive surgeon was completed at the Johns Hopkins University Hospital, Baltimore. And then he served as chief of divisional plastic surgery at the National Naval Medical Center. In addition to numerous military, he used to be in the Navy. A round of applause, he's a veteran. I was talking to him some time ago, and he said, as a veteran, I'm like, oh, yeah, he is a veteran, even though he's also a plastic surgeon. He brings a wealth of experience with a warm and caring heart. That's a lot of what we're going to talk about today, entrepreneurship with impact. He and his partners have built one of the largest surgical hospitals in West Africa called WISE, and we're going to be talking about that. He's also built several hospitals, not just worked there. He's owned several hospitals in Houston, Texas. So a round of applause for him. So he'll be talking about some of those experiences. He runs medical missions in Africa, where he goes to repair cleft lips And there's some of the cases he might talk about that they could not actually find solutions in the US, and they went to actually do the reconstructive surgeries in Africa. So once again, welcome, Dr. Shofola. Our second panelist, Tosin Okoje, a member of this church, is a seasoned finance and management executive. Tosin just told me that he's known me since I was 15. We went to the same high school, and I think maybe he was like 13 or 14 then. So it comes back full circle. And by the way, Dr. Shofola was our head boy at ISI. He was a head boy. So all three of us have the distinct pleasure of having gone to the exact same high school. Yeah. So Tosin served as Vice President of Finance at Andela, and as VP, he led the finance organization through various growth restructurings, building a two-sided marketplace and raising over $200 million in funding and quadrupling the business plan within a 3-year span. Tosin received his bachelor's degree, same department actually. I didn't even realize that, as I did, with a bachelor's of electronic and electrical engineering from Obafemi Awolowo University, and he earned his MBA from the Yale School of Management. Welcome, Tosin. So I really just want to ask a couple of practical questions. I'll start with Dr. Shofola. And please, in the background, if you can just show the hospital. You know, one thing I want to talk about before you get started. Every year they run a dinner to raise money for this hospital in Ghana. And for a long time I just was like, this huge hospital, when is it going to be built? And this last year, it was commissioned. And Dr. Shofola will talk about it. And my dear wife, who, by the way, I have to thank so much for sticking with me for the last 9 months of all the Biazo planning. My dear Olushola, thank you. I appreciate you. Every time I come to Biazo meeting, she'll be like, okay, so we'll see you tomorrow. And my dear wife said something at the last fundraising, which she attended. She said, these are the people that are changing the world. These are the people that are doing good. Because when you recognize that repairing a cleft lip for somebody in Ghana changes the whole trajectory of their lives, and you are flying doctors from Johns Hopkins who can be making hundreds of thousands of dollars a month, going to do this surgery, it's entrepreneurship with a compassion. So a round of applause, Dr. Shofola. So I want to ask you, what really motivated you? Because you could have spent all your time and energy doing anything else. So please, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for inviting me to this really impressive session. Kunle never ceases to surprise me. Jesus' house is where things really happen, right? Amen. So I will give you an answer that I hope would shed some light into the core motivation. First and foremost, everyone in this room, look back to who you are, to your DNA, to those voices that you heard when you were growing up. That's where all this comes from. And then your faith also molds it. Why do I say that? My late mom, Professor Zulu Shofola, if anyone knew her, you knew she was a Spartan. She was very fair, tough lady, but really, really brilliant and a very kind person. She always told me, she said, if you are doing something and you think like nobody is watching, if you're doing wrong and you think nobody is watching, just remember you are seeing yourself do it. So I couldn't escape. And then making the right decision is not always so easy. but trust that that right decision is correct. For instance, I don't know if you remember the 12 2/3 with Justice Eshaw. Justice Eshaw was the only judge who dissented. Everybody thought he was done, but he came out to be one of the greatest judges ever out of Nigeria. So how do I now go forward? There are some decisions that I made in life that were very difficult. One of them, I'll make it very quick. There was a gentleman who, I used to fly jets with the US Navy, and so we were in a mission in Bosnia, and one of my friends went out and did a mission, and then we heard that there was a mishap. And it so happened that that person is someone that I knew. Fortunately, he hadn't died. I was a flight surgeon, so he came to me and then confessed what happened. I said, what happened? He said, oh, blah, blah, blah. They were doing an XCAS mission where the Navy SEALs on the ground shine the laser, and then they'll come drop the bomb, and then they go. So they were practicing, and then, unfortunately, he released the bomb, and it just flew past a NATO base, and it blew up, and it could have killed everybody. So his career was done. Done. So I had to do the aeromedical analysis. And when I finished the aeromedical analysis, everybody was expecting me to can this guy. So I said, I know this fellow. We go to church together. I know his wife. I know his children. This guy, I know him. He's one of our best pilots. I have no doubt whatsoever that he would do well. I'll put him back in the cockpit and let him fly. Guess what? I put him back in there. Who is this guy? Butch Wilmore, the astronaut that just returned from space. He's one of my best friends. If I had grounded him, well, I would have denied America one of his greatest astronauts. He's been to space 3 times. We still talk. Do the right thing, folks. Don't be afraid. Joshua 1:9, be courageous. I will be with you wherever you go. Trust that. So, to answer your question in a short note, how did I get about doing all this? Well, my mom being the first female playwright in Africa, Nigeria, first female playwright professor in Africa, I wanted to be first in something. So I was consumed with that. I'm going to be the first this. Okay, I wanted to be, in fact, I got accepted to become an astronaut. I was going to be the first man in space, but I got, first African in space, but I got disqualified because of herniated disc in my neck. Then I said, oh, I'm going to be first in this. I was so consumed, I became the first Nigerian flight surgeon, and then the first black man to be director of the American Board of Facial Plastic Surgery. So I found out I was just consumed with this first thing. I wanted to be the first Surgeon General of the US Navy. But then we started going on medical missions. We went to medical missions and we were doing all this stuff in Nigeria, in Ghana, and all these places. And we realized that we were just scratching the surface. Well, what's going on here? Are we actually going to make a difference? You fly in, you do the cleft. You fly in, you do the fibular flap reconstruction, and you leave. Meanwhile, there's no capacity. So, my friend and I, you have to find somebody that you'll be your running mate. Okay? So, this guy, he's a professor of facial plastic surgery at Johns Hopkins. He's from Ghana. Yes, he is the Michael Jordan of facial plastic surgery. He is an African treasure. I may be the Dennis Rodman of facial plastics. The crazy one. But this guy is unbelievable. Unbelievable. So we share the same vision. So we decided, Kofi, you stay at Hopkins. You are the brilliant one. Become world famous. Let me go to Texas and learn the business of medicine. So I went to Houston, and I went to join another friend of mine from college. He's an ophthalmologist, but a businessman, so he has vision, ophthalmologist. So this guy was a you show him, you shine a white light, it goes through the prism. His brain is like a prism. You will see all the business opportunities. How did you see all of this? So that's where I went and I learned. So we built 3 hospitals, 3 out-of-network surgical hospitals. Then the goal was to learn the business, make some money, and then go and build our thing in Africa. Because that's where we were. So we spent time in Houston. That was, in a way, like median. When you go into the business world, it's not easy, but you trust your instinct, you trust the Lord. So that decision to go into medical business, I could have stayed at Bethesda, could have become the commander of the hospital. I could have gone to private practice in Atlanta. They offered me a job there, doing facelifts and all that stuff. But I decided that we wanted to make an impact. We want to change. So Kofi and I decided that we were going to resign from NATO in 2007. What is NATO? No action, talk only. We resigned. We said we're going to take action. And so that's where we went. So we say, vision without action is daydreaming. Action without vision is passing time. But vision with action can change the world. So remember that.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shofola. Where we don't have too much time, so I'm just going to go to our next panelist, Tosin, my dear friend. And one of the people, particularly the 10 people who pitched earlier today, the 6 people who will pitch to close us out this afternoon, one of the things, you've helped the company Andela raise over $200 million. And the first question that I always get in this church after service, wherever, email, text, WhatsApp, how can I raise money? But people don't have a compelling story to support how they can raise money. Can you give us some tips? We'll probably invite you back to come and do a whole weekend seminar on that. It's the number one question that we keep getting asked. And if you were here yesterday, a round of applause for Ignite. Did they do a great job yesterday? Wonderful, wonderful. And if I had the money, I would have funded all those people on the stage, as so many of us would. So what advice can you give to them in terms of fundraising to turbocharge or take your business to the next step? What should they be articulating? What should be in their storytelling?
Thank you, and it's a pleasure being here. So fundamentally, let's start with money is probably one of the most important things you need for your business, for a couple of reasons. In fact, if I use the Andela example, one of the greatest abilities that the CEO founder had is raising money. We raised, in the space of the time I was there, about over $350 million. And it's important for a couple of reasons. If you have an idea, but you can't pay your bills, you can't do marketing, you can't even pay your rent, it's dead on arrival. If you have an idea, you can't get good people to work with you because you can't pay them. No matter how hard you sell it, dead on arrival. So raising capital is one of the most critical elements to being able to fund a business. And the story that you tell is important because people are betting on 2 things. They're betting on you and they're betting on the story. Betting on you because the reality is ideas are a dime a dozen. People will pitch. What the person that is investing in is saying is, I trust you. It's a risk, especially if it's an early stage company. It's a risk. You're going into business. It might work, it might not work. I mean, we all go into these things with faith. Sometimes the journey itself is an experience that is supposed to lead you to something else. So it's not an automatic, it will become the biggest company ever. But they're betting on you. And I was telling some of the story of the first time I raised an angel round, one of the most interesting things to me was people that knew me that said, it's you, just take the money. In fact, I was pitching and talking and they said, just give me the bank account. Because it wasn't about the idea. The idea is good. I mean, everyone who pitched here, there's a problem they've seen, there's a need that's out there. They feel a passion for it, they want to solve it. But ultimately, the first thing is they're going to bet on you. So, history is a predictor of the future. So always think through, what is it that I have done? How have I presented myself? If you've never been someone who has done something that is worth investing in, then nobody's going to invest in you. You know, I think Mr. Shofola here spoke about track record, friendships, you know, things that they had done. Whenever someone is putting money into that business, it's him, but it's through the lens of what is his track record and what are the things he has done. How has he shown that this is truly something that he wants to do? So that's one. And then the second piece of it is the storytelling. And storytelling is, in essence, the way you package it together. Who here has ever done a statement of purpose for entry into school? Just raise your hand. Exactly. It's a story. If you're looking to get into an institution, you know, undergrad, MBA, masters, they ask you to write a story. What they're looking for is, how does this particular experience that you are seeking fit into the grand plan of where you have been and the story of where you're going? If it doesn't make sense, then it's a waste of your time and a waste of the school's time as well. And it's the same thing with an investor. The story is, how has everything that has come up to this point in time lead to where you want to go, and how does it make sense? You know, we've talked, and I'll use, if you don't mind, I'll use your example. You can see the track of the work that they were doing, you know, building expertise in a field, you know, taking the time to go somewhere to learn the business. The moment he says, now I've learned it, I want to go to Africa and build something, there's a preponderance of desire to invest in it, because the story is there. This is our passion. We've done this beforehand. We've built the experience, the expertise. This is where we're going, you know. And so the totality of that story, as well as the individual, is what then leads to that raise of capital. Now, there's also the type of capital or money that you raise. And you will raise different types of money at different stages. The first that you will ever raise is what's called angel funding. In other words, it's like angels. You know how, you know, God sends angels to support you. It's typically going to be friends, family. Some people will add fools, but it's no fool. Anybody who's putting money in you, there are 10 million other ways they could invest that money. If they're investing in you, it's because they believe in something. And so that's always going to be your first place. The people who know you, the people who trust you, the people who have seen you do this thing at whatever level. I think my namesake chosen with juice. You were doing it on a level where they saw what you were doing, the passion. So it's easy for someone to say, then I will invest in that, because they've seen you and they know you. And that's always your first set of investors before you now go into institutional investors, who they also want to make money, but their own is, how do we put money into this so it grows bigger and we get more value out of it, and then at some point we can exit with more money. So they're playing a game of, we see the idea, we believe in you, we believe in the story, we're going to put money at this point to grow it to a bigger value, and then we make money off it. So various ways of raising money. I would also encourage that if you can, look at opportunities for grants, especially if you're doing something that is very mission oriented. You're transforming, you know, we can talk about technology transforming an industry, but there's a lot of times there's also a mission element to it. You know, you're helping people, empowering individuals. You know, the ASUSU example is a good one. You're empowering individuals. There's the technology, there's the strategy and all that, but underneath it is a mission that is achieving something. You are educating people, you are improving lives, you are giving people a platform to be better. And, you know, so there are always organizations that have similar values to that. And a grant is always good, because it's money that you don't have to pay back. You're not loaning from back. And as I said, money is a very big piece to your ability to take that vision and transform it into a business that is then sustainable.
Thank you very much. We have just a little over 2 minutes, so I'm going to ask one more question as we round out. And, we'll start with Dr. Shofola. What role has your faith played in overcoming those really difficult times in your entrepreneurship journey?
Thank you. Critical role. There's something called the Red Sea moment. When you're facing the Red Sea and the Egyptians are behind you, chasing you down. Those who have been in business understand what I'm talking about. You can't turn back. You got to go. But don't forget that you have that rod in your hand. That is where your faith comes in. And there have been so many times that you think it's over. But you know what? He that is in you is greater than he that's in the world. And you will certainly overcome. And I use the story of Joseph. I really identify with Joseph very well, because at the times that, he was, getting sold into slavery, don't think that they just said, okay, come here, little boy, we're going to sell you. Who do you think you are? Take this book. They beat him up. They beat him up and they wanted to kill him. They won't put that in the Bible. Okay? But they beat him up and then they sold him. What did he do wrong? Nothing. But at the time he was going through it, he must have felt really bad. But he kept doing what he was good at, interpreting dreams, doing those good things. And he kept the faith, and guess where he ended. So it's a very, very strong part of, my walk. There'll be some good times, there'll be some difficult times, but be of good cheer. He has overcome the world. So you know who you are and who is in you. That's it.
Amen. I like that. It's like the Red Sea moment, right? The Egyptians behind you and the sea in front of you. And to close out, we're going to go to the after this question, the very last thing will be the AI demo and then the final pitches, and we'll close out for the day. So, Tosin, last word. How has the faith influenced your entrepreneurial pursuit? Because, as CFO of a company, if a company, and Pastor Bimbo can also attest to this, when the Egyptians are coming, they first come to the finance department.
No problem. And I'm actually so I've also been a founder. I actually founded an edtech company in Nigeria, 7 years, and sold it. And I'm also a founder again. You end up coming back to your passion. But a couple of things I'll say. So first is to be an entrepreneur. Even taking that step is a step of faith. To leave a paying job that every end of the month there is a certainty of revenue, salary, alert, whatever you want to call it. To not just taking on that risk for yourself, but to also hiring people and seeing every day that the families of these people, the ability of them to pay school fees or rent is dependent on your ability to deliver. It is a lot of pressure. It takes faith to step into that void and say, this is something I want to do. So that's one. The second thing I'll say is, there's a statement that for a long time as a young Christian, I never really understood. When you see in the Bible, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, or when one of the prophets is talking and they go and start to repeat the history. Your journey as an entrepreneur, and actually your journey through life, a lot of times what we fail to do is leverage the history of God's track record with us. As an entrepreneur, every month that you are able to pay salary, every contract you're able to sign, every time you're able to grow, that is something that a lot of times it's a builder of faith that you should always remind yourself of, because the Red Sea will always be there. There will always be bigger and bigger challenges. You know, every business you're going into, there are other people there. There's competitive, you know, there's a whole lot. But the journey of entrepreneurship and the journey of life is actually a journey of faith building. And for me, what has been interesting is just always reminding myself of everything that God has done, because it is a reminder that that purpose that He has set for you, that thing, because a lot of times the entrepreneurship you're doing, it's not fly by night. It's something you are created for, something you are knit for. And so it's a reminder that God is still faithful in the fulfillment of that purpose through you, even as you see the Red Sea and the Egyptians. And He will part the Red Sea, and you will make it through.
Amen. Thank you so much. Please join me in giving a round of applause to Dr. Shofola and to Tosin. And this is our final panel. Round of applause to the Biazo committee. Round of applause to the senior leadership of the church who believed in us, allowed us to experiment with this format. And from that applause, this is 6 hours. When I told my wife it's going to be a 6-hour session, she said, "Are people going to wait?" They're still here. So, thank you so much. I'm sure you probably want us to do this next year again. Okay, well, Pastor Lumde, you heard them. Thank you. I know you're a big supporter of the vision, so we don't even have to say this. So thank you so much once again. Okay, so we're going to close out now with the last session. Do we have the Gamma demo ready? Is it working? Okay, so one of the things, remember we talked about AI? So what we want to do now is we want to give you an example in 4 to 5 minutes how you can use AI to take some of the very next steps. You know, you have to tell a story, right, about your business. So we're going to call the 2 people that won earlier today to the stage, and we're going to do a quick AI demo of how they can take their idea and articulate a story using a tool called Gamma. So I think it was number 2 and number 8. Sorry, I don't remember your names. Round of applause for them. So I also want to recognize Brother Ladia Olaoye. He introduced me to this tool called Gamma, and it's changed my life. I don't say that lightly. It's changed the way I work and how I use AI to do things. So what we're going to do now is we're going to generate a business plan based on the prompt from our 2 winners. So we start. I'm going to give you the microphone. You're going to just tell Brother Ladi what to type in to generate. So please watch the screen.
Thank you.
1 second.
Do I say like create, or do I just say? Okay.
Just speak and you'll type.
A fashion design company titled BB Elegance that creates.
Can you start again? Sorry.
Called BB Elegance that creates custom-made clothing tailored to fit the individual.
Okay? So let's generate. So let's turn it into. Oh, it's there. Yeah, that's the generate. Yeah. She said, wow. That's your business plan right there.
This is amazing. Oh.
And you can download it. Sorry, let me work. You heard her say, wow. We did this in the Biazo committee planning meeting. The meeting just ended. Next day, people were sharing testimonies of using it at work. So this is something that would normally cost you $5,000, $10,000 to help you go write a business plan. You can adapt it. It can help you build financial models. This is the power of AI. And we want you to be able to use it and apply it. We're going to be doing Haggai Business Academy in the summer. We hope you come, even if it's just for a weekend, to learn how to use these tools. Baby is your name? Bibi, she said, wow. She was just looking at it. We're just going to download this, email this to you, and you can go use this to raise money. Round of applause. We'll do one more for the other contestant, and we'll do the final pitches and close out. So you can see how this, you can export it to PowerPoint, to PDF. It's a fantastic tool. We're not paid by them, by Gamma. We're not formally endorsing them, but we use the tool. We encourage you to use it to create your business plans, to create your storylines. Even if you're not starting a business and you work somewhere, we encourage you to use there. There are many tools like I think Beautiful.ai. There are a few of them. Use them. Use AI to turbocharge where your business can grow. So let's do one more.
I want to create a pitch deck for my business, which is a souvenir gifting company called the Souvenir Spot. Souvenir gifting company. Okay, Souvenir Spot, yes. Where our goal is to take out the guesswork from gifting and help clients personalize their gift, handling everything from sourcing, design, packaging, and delivery.
We can generate now. I love it. You see how creative it is, even coming up with taglines that you've not thought about. Even does financial projections for you. Round of applause. Thank you, Brother Ladi Olaoye. He taught me how to use this too. I've been teaching other people how to use it, and it's just game changing. The person that I used to pay to help me do my PowerPoint decks, I've not had to write him a check anymore. Thanks to Brother Ladi. So that shows how AI can disrupt your business very quickly. Or you can use AI to be doing it for people who have not heard about Gamma and still charge them a lot of money, right? So thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So this is the last item on the agenda. I know we've had a very lovely time. So just like we did at the beginning, we're going to have a pitch session. I think we have about 6 people who are going to pitch for 1 minute each. And you know how it is, once your minute is up, the next person will be called on stage. And then at the end, we'll vote for the winner or winners. Who knows what might happen. So if you, 318080006, please come up, introduce yourself, your name, your company. 1 minute goes by really quickly. Wait, I thought you... Okay, sorry. Maybe I got given an old number. She pitched earlier. The next number is 318080012.
My name is Biazo. I am the founder of Remote Gravity, a startup that's solving one of the most challenging problems.
Can you stop for your timer hasn't started, so I want to make sure I'm fair. Okay, go ahead now. Okay,
My name is Biazo. I am the founder of Remote Gravity, a startup that's solving one of the most challenging problems in Nigeria, trust. Banks and lenders lose money daily because they can't verify where people live or work. Our platform solves this problem. So far, we've helped lenders to approve the verifications for loans valued over $7 million. Our verifications are fast, cheap, and more accurate than anyone else. But here's the big picture. For every verification that we complete, it's more than just marking a checkpoint. It's a data point. We're quietly building the map, the most accurate map of Nigeria's economy, okay? And this data, we're mapping where people live, work, and do business. This data can be used, extremely valuable for logistics, fintechs, insurance, and government.
Thank you very much. 318080011.
Hi everybody, my name is Tomiwa Ajayi. I'm 12 years old and my business name is Guardian Angels. I have a babysitting business to help parents who want to go on quick errands and has no child care for their kids. I started with my sisters and neighbors and I would like to expand by getting babysitting training and first aid training to get me certified as a professional. I also need to prepare a suitable environment safe for kids by providing technology and educational tools for kids, such as books and writing tools. And you can trust me as your babysitter, and I can always assist them with their homework. Thank you.
Amazing. She still has 9 seconds left, so that was amazing. 318080014.
My name is Steve Jobs. Hi everyone, good morning. Oh, good afternoon. Hi, my name is Chilonem Michael, and the name of my company is Marley AI. Funny enough, I just whipped this up with Claude while every one of you was eating lunch, so if you invest in me, trust and be assured that I will work overtime. What's Marley AI? Marley AI is a company that is going to use research and development from companies like ARC and ARC Institute and OHALU to fund and implement manufacturing methodologies that come from alternative sources. So what do I mean by alternative sources? Marley is implementing from companies like ARC Institute and OHALU. There are AI models that are already been built on genotypes and phenotype technology that will implement to replace phthalates in plastics, implement new forms in manufacturing with algae and how algae can be used to make other
Thank you very much. 3180810. I know, it's a difficult job. 3180810.
Hey, I did not introduce myself. Hi, my name is Bero Oluwajoba Malomo. There are 5 questions people ask themselves when they are going through life. Who am I? Where am I from? Why did I come to this earth? And what capabilities do I have? And for the 5th one, where am I going? It's already 38 seconds, blood of Jesus. My vision is to be able to educate children and build them up and give them a framework where they are able to use the talents that they have and help them build their identity. Not just identity, but identity in Christ. By using the 3 frameworks, letting them know what their identity is, letting them know what they're chosen, and importantly, letting them know that they are excellent. The goal of this is to make sure children's identities they know that their identities have been chosen because excellence.
Thank you very much.
I'm so sorry.
318080009. It's not easy, so it's a difficult task. 3180800. She left. Well, thank you very much. Let's give a round of applause to all our entrepreneurs. And so now we vote. While we await instructions from the media team. If you presented, please come out on stage so that we can vote. Let me finish my statement. Come on stage so that people can vote for you. You'll stand in the order in which you presented. The first person on my left. No, come on. So the first, second, third, fourth, in that order. Where's everybody? 5. Oh, 4. I apologize. Okay. So. Number 1, so you vote appropriately. Number 1, 2, 3. No. You cast your vote either for number 1, or number 2, or number 3, or number 4. But only one person will win. Or maybe 2, we don't know. Please, vote. I can't see people voting on their. Have we all voted? Okay, it's done. The winner. Okay. Okay, let's have a countdown so people can vote. You can campaign for yourself. We have 20. No, you can't present, just campaign. No, you cannot, sorry. 15 seconds. All right, the voting has closed and we have a winner to announce? No. All right, so we have a winner. Number 2. You saw how difficult it was. Please give her another round of applause.
Praise God. Round of applause. It's not easy to pitch in 1 minute, right? But why we do it is we always say if you enter an elevator, right, in a 60-story building, and Bill Gates walks in and says, "What are you working on?" And he wants to give you money before the elevator gets to the ground floor. If you can't articulate what you're saying in those 60 seconds, you lose an opportunity, right? So you always need to know how to be able to articulate your vision and your business in 60 seconds or less. So thank you so much. I think that's our youngest winner for the day. So she'll be receiving a $1,000 prize as well. So to close us out, one of our entrepreneurs has an AI demo, which is 2 minutes. That's it? That's it. Okay, well, we're going to close out for the day. Chairman, you ready? Is he ready? Okay, come, quickly. You have 2 minutes. Chairman, be ready to close us out. Thank you. Okay, just to play the video. Okay. Round of applause for him.
Okay, while they are playing it, my name is Paul. The name of my company is Ignite. So while they are trying to roll up the video that I made.
Hello everyone. So I want to
many people still wonder when I say the name of my company is Ignite. It's very surprising. Actually, my story.
The AI church assistant. Now, Joe picked out the transcript from the service, and then.
When I walked into Maryland, can you start it again, please? The video. So when I walked into Maryland, I was working for someone, and the person actually wanted to take the AI model I built for himself. And then I had to resign from the company. And while I was about leaving back to Boston, I registered the company. I called it Ignite. But I searched on Google. I saw a church in here. I walked in here in July 2024. While I walked in here, I came out at the first time, and they told me that, oh, you can wait till 12:30, and after 12:30, you see the young adult. I waited to the service, and while the service started, I started seeing Ignite everywhere. The same company I registered in May. And it was such a coincidence, but I felt like it was divine. And that was, ever since then, I said I'm no longer going back to Boston, and I was pushing this business. So this is the AI model.
Hello everyone. So I want to introduce you to Joe, the AI church assistant. Now, Joe picked out the transcript from the service, and then picked out the audio, and then the transcript, and then had the context of the pastor's message. Now let's have Joe call us now. Now Joe can call 800 people in 60 seconds. Now Joe is calling me. My mom is not feeling too well, so I wanted to see someone they can pray with me for that.
Thank you for sharing that, Paul. I'll make sure to pass this along to the pastoral team. Someone will be praying alongside you for your mom's health. Just know that you are not alone in this.
All right.
If there's anything else you need.
Can I book an appointment to speak with a pastor?
Of course, Paul. Let me check the calendar for availability to book an appointment. Booking an appointment for Paul to speak with a pastor on Monday at 10 a.m.
This just
Your
came in
appointment
live.
to speak with a pastor.
Now you can see this just came in live right here. The appointment has been booked, and then it's going to send me an email in a couple of seconds about the confirmation of the appointment. And then I'm also going to receive.
Imagine this in your business. When you have leads, you have customers you need to follow up with, the AI can create a task for himself. Someone say, call me back next week. When 12 people tell you that in a week, you probably lose like 2 or 3 or 4 because you cannot remember. Now, when you have an AI tool that can create a task for itself, call back that person, pre-qualify the lead, and help you close the business. Thank you very much.
You know, I wish, I don't know what's going through Pastor Lumide's mind, but this church is in safe hands. Is there a lot of talent in this church? Whether it's corporate, whether it's business, whether it's young, whether it's Agbabola, old, we really have to develop, nurture, encourage, and motivate people. Thank you so much. Chairman, over to you. Thank you.